Can't tell me nothing about this crypto. This O-Day, these forensics, strictly for my hackers. Hackers on the grind, I ain't forget all my port scanners, all my SQL injectors, my exploit devs.
Hello, folks. It's a wonderful Wednesday here in Jersey City, and as you can see on screen, assuming technology is agreeing, we have a box copy of OS2 Extended Edition 1.0. And today we are going to be archiving and dumping this, assuming that the camera and my disk dumper decides to behave. So hold on, I apparently have a lot of feedback audio. Can I get a mic test, please? Someone in chat? It's here. Okay, that seems to have fixed it. I recently redid my all of my streaming setup, so I'm still getting all the kinks out. So we've done OS2 on HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER before, but I haven't had a box copy, and this one's a little high mileage. I haven't really explored it, although you can already see that there's the binder is not in the best condition. Let's see here. Can we get this put back together? Come on, get in there. Yeah, I'll probably have to get a pair of pliers and try and strain these out. I'm guessing just after, God knows, 30. When was this made? These discs are 88, so they're the same age as me. And then if we scope all the way to the back, we have floppy disks. High-density floppy disks. I think these are the oldest high-density floppy disks I have in my collection. Come on, focus. Focus. Camera. Camera, make yourself known. Focus. Okay. Yeah, and they've, how are you even supposed to get these out? They have kind of seen better days. I mean, that's that label is definitely yellowing. So the reason that this is kind of unique. Let me see if I can do something about the zoom, because obviously the algorithms. Come on. There we go. There we go. Hey, look, focus. The extended edition, so the OS2, you know, this will be easier to show with visual aid. So let's bring up the good old desktop. And let me tear a tab off and bring it to the other screen. There we go. So OS2 the early versions, or the 16-bit versions of OS2, were released in multiple editions, and the OS2 Museum, which I'm going to drop a link to in chat, which has some really amazing information on the subject. I've learned more from this site than anything else. Talks about it at length, but essentially OS2 was the intended successor for both for DOS. It was designed to be a protected mode operating system for the IBM PC AT and up, for the 286 and up. And so there was IBM OS2, which was meant for IBM's own line of computers. Microsoft licensed clone versions of it, so you had Microsoft OS2, and then you had OS2 Extended Edition, which was their high-end server version. And the box does describe it, although I don't know how great of a job. Hopefully this shows up, because this is very faded. But basically, it adds large memory management, which I'm not sure what that means. The standard edition of OS2 1.0 tops out at 4 megabytes. So this might go all the way up to 16, which was the architectural limit of the 286. It has Database Manager, which is what actually became SQL Server. Communication Manager, which is a backend to talking to mainframes. Hey, Jack. It's good to see you here tonight. We are doing archiving and madness. And it supposedly has a few other support programs. The Microsoft version was actually known as LAN Manager. It's where things like Windows domains originally came from. So I have actually played with Extended Edition before on stream, but I've never played with 1.0. And considering how rare 1.0 was in general, because it was not what I call a good selling product, I was a little surprised to even find this on eBay. My set is incomplete. If you look here, this says Volume 2. I don't know what Volume 1 is. I couldn't even find pictures of what a complete OS2 box set is. But I think what we should start with is we can start dumping the floppy disks. We can start dumping the floppy disks, assuming I can get them out of the binder. And we'll just start with the installation disk and see, and go from, oh man, that is just falling apart. This is not a happy thing. So let's see if this is readable. No. So I just noticed this. The write protect is slid to down. So I'm hoping these disks still have OS2 on them. So, and so, all right. I just popped the disk into the disk dumper. Now, so what we'll do is let's get a new folder going and we'll start dumping. I feel like I need two cameras. One so I can show the disk being dumped, one with my desktop, one with the box. So as my handy, as SidePocket is currently writing in chat, this month and next month, I believe, DEFCON 201 is raising money for charity. More specifically, we're raising money for RAINN, which is the Rape Abuse Incidents National Network, through Tiffany. It would really mean a lot to us if you could donate even just a little bit. If you're watching on Twitch, if you scroll down, you'll be able to find the donate link. We never get your correct information and so forth. So let's see. So I think on that note, let's see if these discs have survived. These are not in what I call great condition. Now, thankfully, this has been dumped before, so if my copy has just said goodbye after how many years in, shall we say, poor storage, I can get replacements, but the copy that has been archived has not been SuperCard Pro'd, so this is probably the best you can get. It's not D. And I don't know why, but if I move the camera, let me unplug it. I move the camera so I can show the dump status. Dumping apparatus. You can see it sitting there on top of my desktop. I have the 5 1/4 drive plugged in because I was doing dumping with it otherwise. If I've got both drives plugged in, for some reason the 5 1/4 or the 3 1/4 always ends up on B. No matter how I've got the ribbon cable set up. So I just typed the command in. That's going to run. Ignore the fact that my apartment's a disaster. Apartments on camera may be messier than they appear in real life. That is my story, and I'm sticking with it. Okay. And why did the chat go away? Yep. So Ryan Butler, I honestly don't know. I have never tried to use Extended Edition 1.0. I'm guessing it's got SQL Server. It might have support. So I know that NetWare was available for the very early versions, although it was never dumped. The earliest known requester will work on 1.0, but it was a beta. So there's very little documentation on what's actually here. So I'm going to also pull out disc 1 of the binder. So, I mean, we can start flipping through the manual while this reads. So let's change the view, because what we can do is we can have elegant manual readings with NCommander. Yeah. This, to my knowledge, that the database here is closer to SQL Server than DB. Oh no, you might be right. It might be DB2. Microsoft. So SQL Server has a weird and colorful history, because SQL Server was originally licensed from Sybase and became so Sybase Anywhere SQL became Microsoft SQL, which they had in Microsoft OS2 LAN Manager. Yeah, the names here are going to get painful. So yeah, actually the IBM version may be DB2. We'll take a closer look at it once we get it installed. So as I said, I only have volume 2, which appears from the manual to be pretty much a quick reference guide. It doesn't seem to have anything beyond that. You know, it talks about how there are... This is actually an updated release because this says that this is for this emulates DAWs 3.0. Warp was the one that had internet access out of the box. It was available as an add-on before then, or TCP/IP support. So, yeah. So here's the entire section. So this talks about how you can use segmentation to run multiple applications side by side. Warp Connect. Yeah, I've actually got a beta version of Warp 3.0. Hold on. So I picked these up. I found these a long time ago. I've had them for a very long time. But I have a prototype copy of OS2 Warp, codename Merlin. I don't know when I'll ever get around to showing this on stream. There's not a whole lot of differences from this and the retail release because this is only a few months before the retail release. But I always do like that it has an authentic, it has this licensing blurb like that says that you may use it up to 10 computers until November 1996. So one of these days we'll pull this out. I love the fact that it also comes with an entire driver's disc because OS2 is notorious for not having these. But these are for another day. So, okay, hold on. I'm going to switch discs while we have this conversation because... So far, this is off to a decent start because my floppy disk drive has not disintegrated on me. And yes, that has in fact happened to me before. One of the very first things I dumped, the drive... Actually, it happened on this stream. I had a Magic Smoke disaster. Where my 5 1/4 floppy drive checked out. Okay, so hopefully all these are readable. Intel's original networking solution for the IBM PC was actually called the IBM PC Network. So, nightmare flashback to the mysterious blue smoke destroying the floppy head. What were we dumping when we did that? I think it was a test dump. I actually got that drive going again, but it's been a temperamental SOB ever since. Focus. I'm going to install something that I need shade. There we go. So there we go. So a lot of it, Novella NetWare. I've got Novella NetWare. Novella NetWare is currently sitting on the shelf waiting for its day to come back out. We could do Novella NetWare on a ThinkPad 480D because I like committing abominations. So the original OS2 1.0 was really limited. It would only install... I've only ever gotten it to install on a PC-AT or something very close. NetBIOS was... this appears to be an updated release because it talks about using more memory and larger hard drives, if we look here. But like I said, we're missing the actual install manual. This is the quick command reference. Now, thankfully, we have all the disks, so this is going to kind of be trial and error. And my odds are more on error than not. So we've got, and that we got disk 2 is currently coming along nicely. We switch back to VM view. So each 3 1/4 disc high density has 80 tracks on each side. And then there are 3 manufacturing tracks that most disk drives can't read. And on a lot of disks, they don't even exist. So that's why it goes up to 163. So most drives can read it. They can't usually write it. So as I said, right now it's those manufacturing tracks. What use that? I think Lotus 123 actually used that as a copy protection, and it would blow a fuse if if track 81 and 82 were missing. There was a few other things that used that as well. So, okay. Yeah, well, Compact basically Compact's BIOS. Compact is notorious. So the ultimate litmus test for IBM compatible is Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.0. And 1.0 did some very strange and bizarre things with the BIOS. So the only things that are known to be able to run the original Flight Simulator are authentic IBM PCs and the Compact, because Compact made such a ridiculously effective clone, it could actually run Flight Simulator 1.0. I actually saw it pop up on eBay, and I was tempted to grab it, but I don't actually have... The only authentic IBM I have is a ThinkPad, which is quite a few years too new. Yeah. I believe Apple Track 36 is basically the same as, is the 5 1/4 inch version. Okay, so we've got 2 discs successfully down. Eject. Okay. God, what could cause the discs to yellow like that? It almost looks like they've molded a little bit. I mean, the cookie looks good, and the springy is good. But, I mean, that almost looks like mold to me. Okay. So let's go with disk 3. I feel like I'm going to have to disassemble and clean my 3 1/4 floppy drive after reading these disks. Man, they're really stuck in there. How you going to do it? OS2 it. I'm sorry, I gotta show myself face palming because of that. Because that was painful. That was painful. You caused the streamer actual pain. Yeah. It's interesting how oh, you know what? I know why the installed disk is writable. Is because the way OS2 boots, you can actually install additional drivers, and you need to do that for SCSI disks. So that may be why has a read-write head, because the other ones don't. So, okay, so disk 2 is in the... Disk 2 is in. Whew. Let's see here. The painful NCommander face. I'm assuming this is Side Pocket, who is my chat lead. It's yeah, it's might. I actually do not know if it tries to serialize the disk with your name when installed. If it is, we're going to find out who owned these disks before I did, because this copy is obviously, it's either unused and it's just been sitting on a shelf for 40 years, or it's something. Wow, that was really elegant, NCommander. You truly are the pinnacle of wordsmithing. Like I said, I really wish I had Volume 1, which has it has more than the quick command reference. So, I'm not aware of Microsoft products that did that. I know that Multiplan and early Excel required a special copy protection track to be used. 123 and a lot of Lotus products did that. In fact, almost all the Lotus OS2 products did that. And what I actually want to do is, after we get this installed, if we still got some time, I want to try the Windows 3.0 trick. And I might even want, and we can also see if we can try and find and dig up some console mode applications for OS 2.10. I've got a copy of Programmer's Workbench already archived, so I've never tried to install it on 1.0, so we'll see if that's usable. We can see if we can try and build a hello world. So, no, I know for a fact that 3.0 does not save it to disk 1 because I have 3.0 and all the disks are copy protected. Hold on. So, this is my only copy. This is one of 2 copies of Windows 3.0, 3.1 I have. This one is 5 1/4, but you can see that the write protect notch is punched out on this disk, and it is on all the other ones. Now, unfortunately, this copy of Windows 3.1 is not in good condition. One of the disks is kind of... So, yeah. You know, I think my copy of Borland Brief works on OS 2, although I actually have never tried it. Because Brief is probably one of the more tolerable editors. I'm not the biggest fan of the Microsoft text editors, although I have never used the Programming Workbench one extensively. So we are on to disk 3, so let me flip the disks. Okay. Disk 2, I command you to return. So what I'll probably do is I will probably make these images available. Just because, like I said, I don't think this version of OS 2 has ever been through a SuperCard Pro. Assuming my version's still good, we're going to have to check that next. So this is disk 3. Oh man, you can't, I don't think it's really showing up. The label is sticky. So... So while this dumps, what I'll do is we can start looking to see if these have actually read through successfully. Come on. Work with me. So while we're doing this, does anyone have any interesting plans for Thanksgiving? I know for a fact that I am going to be trying my hand at making pumpkin pie. Incidentally, if this is the last HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER ever, the reason is because I almost certainly died trying to make pumpkin pie. That is my story, and I'm sticking with it. Why do I not see any files here? Did I, forget to put an extension on this? What? Oh, because I'm an idiot, and I'm saving it to my home folder. Durr. Okay, there are days. There are days where I am a functional member of society. And then there's today. Alright, so let's see if these disks are even readable. So, I am... Let's see here. Well, I definitely want to do quite a bit. I know Word 5.5 had a OS 2 native version. PKZip, I've heard tell that it exists. I've never actually seen it. The 16-bit console API is basically unchanged from 1.0 all the way until the end of OS 2. Okay. Is that showing up? Yeah, it's showing up. Okay, so the install disk is healthy and is in good condition. Let's see what the files are on it. Let's see if this actually has what I think it is. Yeah, it looks like everything is here the way it's supposed to be. I don't know if this has been modified or not. It might have been. Then again, it might not have been. But this is an optimistic first sign. At least we've got something bootable. So let's look at the other ones. Let's see here. Archive. Disk 1. Come on. Come on. Okay. Yeah, I didn't do it on stream, but when I did the OS 2, for those who don't know, I have a small YouTube channel where I do lots of vintage computing. Usually the type of projects that just simply don't translate well to streams. And I recently compiled WinWord from source, and I did it on top of OS2. And a lot of the build tools were family mode binaries. I will drop a link to that in chat for those who are interested in checking that out. I'd hugely appreciate it if you give it a look. Where's my chat window? Give it a look. Give it a subscribe. We are looking on putting dual streaming of HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER both there and on the DEFCON 201. But that's neither here nor there. So, okay, so far the disk dumping is going nicely. There is something, you know, I feel like it's a very good... I've had a very good stream when I've preserved some piece of history. And I've got some interesting stuff that I found on eBay recently that will be going up. Will be added to the general pile of software preservation in the near future. So let's see how this one looks. Okay, so far so good. We are making progress. That is 3 disks down. Is disk 4 done? Disk 4 is... Well, disk 3, but the 4th disk we've dumped is... I've had surprisingly good luck with these ancient floppy disks. Let's see here. I mean, we've had some failures on stream, but I haven't had anything completely catastrophically die on me. And, you know, this media, you know, floppy disks, I don't think anyone was intending that they would hold data for 20 plus years. You know, these disks are not only, you know, they're old enough to vote, they're old enough to drink, they're old enough to, well, I don't know, use your imagination. So how's this one look? Now, I mean, what helps is I'm using a SuperCard Pro to dump. Like, if I tried using the ThinkPad's floppy drive or a USB floppy drive, I would have nowhere near the success rate that I do. But because the SuperCard Pro can read weak sectors, and I've seen it read disks that everything else just froze its hands up at. Okay. All right. So we are halfway done with the disk dump. So, incidentally, if anyone in the New Jersey or New York area has a good way to scan manuals, because I'd love to get this reference manual scanned. Obviously, the box is not in the greatest condition, but there are almost no scans of these early documentation. So, yeah. Mine is actually not bad. My floppy drive will not only read low density and high density, it will try to read non-standard geometry. The problem with non-standard geometry is that the USB standard for floppy disks, and you know, let me get this dump going and I'll actually show this in more detail. Wait a minute, hold on. This is disk 5, where's disk, oh, here it is. Okay, wait a minute. Disk 3. Oh. Whoever last used these disks put them in such an order that it's going to OCD me. And yeah, holy cow. Now that I've taken them out once, they're all kind of flopping about. So let's try. Okay, this one. Come on, come out, come out. Okay, here's disk 4. Okay, disk 4 is in the drive. Okay, and then I will show you the problem while that dumps. So, okay, there we go. That's going. So if we pull up, let's pull off a tab here. So we pull up the USB mass storage floppy disk standard. The problem is actually with the way how this with the actual standard itself. Here it is. Wikipedia USB mass storage device class. And if we believe this describes it. No, that's not it. Okay. The basic problem is that there's no way for in the USB protocol to show magnetic flux. And so the geometry is hard-coded into the USB storage specification. I know. Let's see here. I know it's here somewhere. Foon actually recently did an article on this. I know if I try the right commands, I will find it. I think it's this. Here it is. Mass storage class. And if we go to floppy, let's see here, because this talks about emulating floppy disk commands. Here's the mode sense. Because basically the USB standard works on logical block addressing, but floppy disks work on cylinder head sectors, and it has to do the conversion. So if the standard doesn't know how to do the correct geometry, it's basically the reason it doesn't work is because the USB standard, the guys that did the USB floppy disk standard had absolutely no idea what they were doing when it came to floppy disks. Yep, here it is. Here it is. Medium type codes. So this is what is supported. You can do a low density double-sided disk or 720. You can do a high density 5 1/4 floppy disk. I have never seen anything actually use this, but it does in theory exist. And you have the standard high definition 3 1/4 inch disk. You can see the TPI, and basically the geometry is set because it only can use these 3 medium types. There's no way to actually read magnetic flux or anything with non-standard geometry. So this is why USB floppy disk drives suck rocks. So I'm going to drop that link there in the chat in case anyone else is interested besides me. But yeah, that is the wonderful, wonderful story of why not so much that why floppy disk drives in and of themselves suck. It's more than that. That's actually a design feature, Ryan Butler. I've actually used that, but you do need BIOS support for it to work correctly. My ThinkPad, which has horrible, horrible BIOS, cannot handle those type of disks correctly. So, okay. Anyway, disk 4 finished dumping while we were having that interesting segue. So let's see how disk 4. Let's see if disk 4 is readable. Archive OS2 Extended Edition, disk 4. Okay, folks, fingers crossed. Let's see if this is readable. Oh, God, I really hate how slow this utility is. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, each raw floppy image is 50 megabytes because it's trying to save as much data as possible, but still. Okay, we are 0 bad. Oh, come on, eject. I command you to eject. Okay, disk 4, and I want to store these consistently so the next time I open this package up, I don't go completely crazy. So that's disk 4 going back in. Here is disk 5. So okay. All right, so now that we've done the disk switchover, catching back up on chat. I don't think any free USB floppy drives could really handle it. So, because again, the floppy disk drive doesn't really know how to handle the geometry correctly. So it's kind of a hit or miss thing, to say the least. I recently unsealed, it's going to be in an upcoming video on my YouTube channel, IBM graphical file system, and its 5 disks were in order. As well as the 2 driver disks. And I actually, on my bookshelf right now, is a sealed copy of IBM Project Organizer. And I am currently waiting for a bid to go through on IBM Top View. Because apparently I like pain. Feel free to quote me on that. So, I don't know. It could be... I'm guessing these are probably used because a lot of these old server stuff, they were basically a very low selling product. So the people that would have it, either it was original old stock that never sold from IBM, or this has been sitting on some IT administrator's shelf for the last 50 years or 30 years. I am kind of looking forward to Top View. I just recently worked with someone, people from the Computer Reset Warehouse, to actually archive the graphical kernel system and the IBM, and I archived the graphical file system, which will be the topic of an upcoming YouTube video. And I can even give, let's say when we hit the 2-hour mark, we'll take a slight break, and I'll give you guys a special sneak preview of my next video that's coming out that talks about the IBM graphical file system. So the video is still being in progress, but I've got the first 4 minutes, so you guys are going to get a special trailer to see what my next project is. Unfortunately, it's what, like I said, some of my projects I can't do in a single stream, or in some, like, I do the experimentation on stream and then I do the video. Like, I will almost certainly do a overview video of early OS 2, and this will probably be part of it. So, give me a moment. Where did my soda bottle go? I think I forgot to grab a bigger soda bottle. Okay. Alright. This disc is coming along nicely. So, 3-mode was the term I was thinking of. I don't even know what 3-mode... I've seen 3-mode referenced, but I really don't know all that much about it. Well, I've heard some very interesting things about Top View. I've never actually tried it, but I'm interested to try it. But really, when you look at the failure of OS 2 and IBM's loss of dominance in this market, you really have to go look at IBM management and think, what the heck were they thinking? So, all right, is Disk 5 readable? Here. Is Disk 5 readable? I really wish the software remembered what folder you currently were in. Disk 5. Come on. Come on. Load. Load. I command you to load. So I am still trying to find a good solution to handling scanning manuals and such. Okay, that is another disk that is completely handled. Like, I'd love to get this command reference scanned, but I don't have a flatbed scanner. I guess I could get one. I mean, I'm just trying to think if there's a better way to do it than a flatbed scanner, because I've never tried to save manuals and such. Yeah, the OS2 football prototype really rewrote a lot of that narrative. Hold on, I gotta switch the discs again. Okay. Disk 5, you can return to your rest. I mean, what's amazing the thing is the last time these discs probably saw the light of day, last time these discs saw the light of day, either Bush Sr. or Clinton was probably the president of the United States. And that doesn't make you feel old. I don't know what else will. Alright, so which one's disc 6? The print of these things is just bad. Come on. God, it is really stuck in there. Okay, disc 6. Okay, and that's the sound of the disk drive going. So, yeah, I've been looking for a decent copy of the, let's see here. I should mention that shipping would not be a problem. Let's see here. Wait, hold on. Ryan Butler, what is library mail? That sounds interesting, because if I can just send the binders to them, and I'll hold on to the floppy disks, then that would really be ideal. Obviously, I prefer it not to be a destructive scan, but I'll take it because the only copy of some of the stuff is preserved and I don't get it back, then it just sitting on my shelf for all time. That being said, I'd still like it on my shelf as a decorative piece after I've made sure it's preserved for all time. I mean, is that too selfish to ask? And I just realized I got like a trash bag in the corner of my camera. Okay, we're just going to move the camera and hide the evidence. Yeah, I don't look in a mirror anymore. I got a haircut back in June when the pandemic had lined up here in New York. I currently am gone full hippie. I have gone full hippie. So I have heard some, Jason Scott actually stopped by in one of my streams, and his suggestion to me was a couple of flatbed scanners, but a lot. So, I just gotta say this flat out. Scanners suck more than printers, and sane sucks more than cops. There, I said it. Changed my Twitch changed my mind. So, trying to find a good flatbed scanner. It's just, I'm still looking at several hundred pages of documentation. I mean, that's several weekends worth of work if I could scan 1 or 2 pages per minute. So, yeah. I was wondering if you could do something, because currently you can't really see it, but right now I'm using my phone as a remote camera or wireless camera, and it's on a stand that sits at just the right angle to... I could basically flip through the book, but I haven't found a good application I could use to stitch things together. And Koramaru, welcome to the We Are Dumping OS2 1.0 Extended Edition stream. The Supercard Pro is heated up and warmed up. We are 6 discs in with the 7th one going. And your host completely forgot his train of... your host completely forgot his train of thought. What you heard there was the magic smoke escaping my brain. Ryan Butler, are you based in the New York or New Jersey area? Because I still have quite a lot of even though I have manuals that are in traditional book format, I also have manuals that I would that are binder like this, and I could at least do the binder manuals. Okay, so that while I wait for you to respond, this somehow I am watching my stream on the left-hand tab, and I'm wondering why my desktop is lagging. Oh, NCommander, you I think the pandemic is getting to you. You've gone crazy. You've gone crazy. Ha ha ha. Are you based in the United States? Because honestly, I probably would be willing to mail these out to be scanned. Okay. All right. Disc 6 is in good shape. Yeah, the thing is, like I said, some of the things I have are rare enough that the fact that I have them with the manual, because dumping the discs is easy. The manual part of it's kind of hard. Side pocket, I believe you're the only one who may think that, although I appreciate the thought. This is the NCommander hand hour. Oh great, I'm going to get us banned off Twitch. All right, hold on. Let's get the last disc in. Okay. Disc 6 is out of the drive. Now, if I can just get disc 7 out. Wow, these are just sticky. Ladies and gentlemen, the final disc is in. It's the final copyright strike. Sorry. Had to. I should feel bad, but I don't. Alright, so that disc is spinning away nicely. Alright, so assuming this all worked, and knock on wood, what we'll do is we will set up 86 box or PCM with a period correct machine, and we will try to install. Let's see here. So it's all. So the thing is that the thing is that side pocket is that you just have to look at a lock, and it kind of just wets its pants and gives up without a battle. So, you know, it's oh yes, let's play chat's favorite game. So what BIOS type should we use for our virtual machine? I want to hear your suggestions now. So and we're going to get these discs ready for preservation anyway, because I am going to upload this warning, copyright stuff. But again, these are SuperCard Pro dumps, which means that you can basically recreate the media perfectly as compared to the original. You know, it's why even in the day people often preferred teledisc dumps to raw images. It's only with the advent of modern virtualization that people really want raw discs, because most VMs can't handle anything else. Actually, why am I folding this up? Yeah. Side pocket right now is like, ha ha ha, I wish. I mean, I really wish. Well, side pocket, you don't want... The thing is that I was looking at various locks, and I was debating on how much money I want to spend on your pain and suffering. The reason for this is that while people find me in pain funny, I find side pocket in pain to be funny. And I find it would be very fitting to get him a type of lock that would cause him much amounts of torment. And, you know, I like the fact that I mentioned that and you try and divert with bringing up the charity plug, even though the charity plug is possible. And my music, the pretzel, come back to us. Yeah, no, come on. Music, I command you to rise. Okay, music. Okay. There it is. Don't worry. Well, here's the thing, is I wouldn't worry about being sleepy because OS2 has no power management. So as soon as we get that installed, you should be awake and right as rain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I went there. So, alright. So, OS2 Extended Edition. Disc 7. Final disc. Is it readable? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. No, I'm not from Japan. I just have a sleep disorder. It is currently 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. I wouldn't mind visiting Japan when the United States learns that pandemics have to be taken seriously. Yeah, I'm not. I'm okay. This is okay. So let's clean up these folders. So all the discs were readable just fine. So here's our SuperCard Pro dumps. SuperCard Pro, because like I said, I want to put these in a form I can easily get these all zipped up, tarred, and ready for preservation. So, okay. So now we need to do a batch convert. So let's make an IMGs folder. Batch convert, and then let's call SuperCard Pro, and then we'll do images, and we want to make raw, and I want you to convert the whole lot. So this will take a minute or two. Yeah, I know. So as far as pandemics, yeah, sorry, I was looking away from chat for a moment. So, yeah, the last HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER, I learned that IPv6 and streaming don't mix because I doxed myself real hard. And I did, in fact, have someone try and poke my machine over IPv6. I have managed to change the address. So, yeah. Well, I like the fact that the reason they called it OS2 Warp was because the code name was Warp. And then they decided to just tie into the Star Trek. IBM actually got in trouble with Paramount over all that. There was an actual out-of-court settlement regarding the term warp. And apparently it worked out because they got... what's the address? Katie... who played Janeway? Katie... Captain... Janeway. Why do I never remember her actress? Mugru. She was the keynote speaker for OS2 Warp. She gave the keynote at launch. They were originally going to get Patrick Stewart, but they changed it to tie in with the launch of Voyager, because Voyager launched the same year. So here, Voyager aired January 16th, 1995, and OS2 Warp came out... When did this come out? Came out in late 1994. So actually it has it right here. He was supposed to be the master of ceremonies. However, they substituted him at the last minute. So, yep. So, okay. Oh, good. My files have converted. So now the next part, the thing that drives me a little crazy about this utility is it puts these SCP things in the name. So, maybe the command's in my history? Oh, look, the command is in my history. So we can just do that. Serve, retro, archive, IBM OS2, IMGs. Yay! Okay. All right. We got somewhere. So, all right, chat. I'm going to let you make a decision for me because I think I'm going to trust the chat. I think the chat is my friend. We can either use 86box and an award BIOS, or we can use PCM and we can do an award BIOS, or you can see me swear with diagnostic disks. Or I can try and get a PS2 based machine, although I might have to go hunting for reference disks. So I'm going to move the camera to a different angle. And while I do that, I want to hear your thoughts in chat below. So, and let's put the last disc back where it belongs. Okay, so so I see someone apparently is a person of class and wants to see me suffer with the diagnostic discs. Or you were here for my first OS2 stream and knows exactly what happened last time I was there. So, all right, camera stand, rise up, rise up. Come on. Oh God, I just see my phone going flying. I just see it. Okay. All right. Huh. My apartment looks like shit. Oh well. That's nothing I can do about right now. So, all right. So the camera's been moved. So, diagnostic disc versus NCommander. Oh boy. You guys hate me. You guys just flat out hate me. At least I didn't offer up the Compact Desk Pro, which has its own diagnostic disc, but the diagnostic disc is not bootable. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's just do this. Let's do this before my brain loses any more brain cells here. All right. So PCM. So wow, you can see that I've grown quite a collection of virtual machines here. One of these days, I'm going to have to go through and trim the fat a little bit. OS2 1.0 extended. So, okay. So what we want... Let's see here. So we need a 286. And we're going to go vroom, vroom, vroom with... let's see here. We could go with a Model 50, but, you know, let's go with the tried and... No, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. Let's see here. All right, I guess we're going with the AT because as far... No, the Model 50, I think I would need reference discs for. Am I going to need... Was the Model 50 a micro channels machine? I don't actually remember. Okay, hold on. Oh, God, I don't really want to do that. OS PS2 Model 50 reference discs. Oh, God, it does. I think chat has spoken. I think we're going to have to go with the Model 50. But I get to at least be a fast Model 50 because I don't hate myself that much. What is a 287 or 287 XL? What is this? What is this option? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Oh God, it's an nothing good is going to come from this. I'm actually going to try a large hard drive because in theory this is supported. But this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea being considered right here. What year did the Model 50 come out? Let me see if this is in Model 50. I really would love to have a let's see here. The Model 50 is... What year did the Model 50 come out? The reason I'm asking is I don't even know if this version of OS2 would support EDSI. And... yeah, God, I'm living dangerously. I am living dangerously. We're going to it's going to have trap errors. I know there's going to be trap errors. There are going to be trap errors so here that we're going to be able to build a monument. So built-in video, speed is fine. I'm going with the zoom, zoom, zoom. It might not like this, and we might have Y2K issues, but... Oh, and the emulator might crash. But YOLO! Yeah, no, it didn't actually save my settings. It just crashed. Jeez. OS2. Yeah, no, the emulator... The emulator knows what I'm about to attempt and went, ha! Nope. Alright, so let's try that. Let's try that. The disk probably created successfully. Yeah, there it is. Nope. Yep. That's fine. That's fine. This is fine. This is all fine. Let's see here. Built-in video. Okay. All right. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. Hey, look, it's counting. All right, let me change the view. Nope, that ain't right. That ain't right. Restream chat, you come back. So 287 XL is a 387. Yeah, you know, that actually makes sense. But it hurts. Okay. That doesn't look like the right VM. Did I have this on? Am I looking at the right VM? I do. How many virtual machines do I got going on? Oh, I see the problem. Hold on. This is cropped. There we go. Okay, it's still doing its memory test. I probably shouldn't have put 16 megabytes of RAM in it, but YOLO? YOLO? Bueller? 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 God, we are literally watching paint dry. We're literally watching a memory test. At least it's faster than when we tried this. Sarah, this says it supports extended amounts of memory. That's why I want to try it. I don't actually expect it to work, but I want to try it. Because this is a later release. The original IBM OS2 1.0 was 1987 and will it will do unfortunate things to the bed with more than 4 megabytes. But the extended edition here I've got is dated 88. I actually think it's not even the same internal build of OS2, but we're going to check that once it's installed with check level. So, Neozed, we successfully dumped OS2. We successfully dumped... God, hold on. This needs to be a picture moment. This is the IBM. Hold on. This is the IBM IBM OS2 family of operating systems. Inside is pure, unadulterated evil. And you know, I really gotta take out the trash behind me. I gotta be honest. I'm gonna let this continue its RAM test. I'm gonna take that out before it drives me completely crazy. I'm back. Or I'm coming back. Hey, look, it's still doing its memory test. Okay. Alright, NCommander's OCD has been satisfied, and I've got Elixir of Life in my hands now. So, yep. No, mine actually has a manual. The thing is that this says Volume 2. You actually didn't see it open, so I'll actually just open it up real quick for you. Yeah, mine actually has a manual, but this is just the quick command reference, and the disks are here in the back. So, all right, that is missing reference disk messages, I believe. So, we'll see. So, how many drugs were used to create that box art? So, what's amazing is how shit the box art really is, because sitting on the shelf is a copy of IBM PC DOS. And it looks so much worse. So, okay, let me see if I can remember how to clear these codes. Because it's been a while. Model 5616. I think code 616 means it needs a reference. It needs the reference disk. Okay. Alright, let me grab the reference disk. And hopefully it doesn't make me reboot, because there might actually be tears involved. So here's the reference disk. Please don't be a dead link. Please don't be a dead link. Please don't be a dead link. Okay, now so here's the reference disk. I'll just put you on my desktop for now, because things in my... Alright. Oh, you're going... Oh, there it goes. Okay, let's see if if it'll actually boot off the reference disk. Oh, it's doing something. I don't think I've used a reference disk. I don't think I've done this except on real hardware, and probably the last time I did it was 30... Yeah, there we go, reference disk. Okay, that is progress. Yeah, okay, yeah, battery's fine. Okay, that's fine. Automatic configuration is being run. Ooh. This is a big improvement over the IBM PC. Well, this is a flat... This is an emulated PS2. We're not using a real PS2. I want a real PS2, but my apartment has limits. Okay, so automatic configuration is complete. So, okay, it's thinking about it. So if I eject... Oh, you're going to do a full memory test, aren't you, you SOB? I forgot, there's no way to actually skip the memory test on these systems, but I am legitimately... I just want to try it with 16 megabytes because, God almighty, that is the architectural limit of this... of the 286, and I kind of just want to see it for giggles. So YOLO. All right, I'll put the install one disk in. I'm guessing this is going to immediately trap out and crash, but I could be wrong about that. So images. So I've got the install one disk in, so we'll let that go. Let's see. Yeah. So you have triple phase power. Neozed, hold on, Neozed. If you have triple phase power, you need to go get an IBM System 380. You need a System 380. Yeah. You need to embrace the mainframe. Mainframe's so hard that an IBM representative will go, "Oh man, that is overkill." You live in Hong Kong. You should be able to find a mainframe there. God knows that you could probably just look in the trash of a bank and find free. Show me one in Asia for a 370, 380. Well, okay, I'll admit it's probably harder than that. And they're probably running some abomination like... So I did see an eBay auction of Pure Evil, and I haven't decided if I'm going to jump on it, but I'll give chat a teaser here. I'm going to give chat a teaser. Do you think I should get this? Hold on. Window change, please. Yes. Do you think I should torture myself with this? Because it just seems like the type of thing that would make a great stream and yet make me die inside at the same time. Because I'm just killing time until that memory test actually finishes. Yeah, no, it's demo evil. It's not even full evil. It is demo evil. Yeah, okay. I'm going to grab it. I'm actually going to grab it right here on stream, which is probably a bad idea. Because I spotted this just before the stream went live. And so I will grab it. PayPal, let's not dox me a second time. Okay, you know what? That's going to be our Christmas special. We're going to unbox that for Christmas. Okay, we are literally let's see here. Okay, your order is in. You should get it by December 3rd. Okay, guys, we just got the Christmas special. Yeah, and it also comes with a free copy of NetWare because that's exactly what my life needs is another copy of NetWare. Why is this giving more codes? Why is this giving more codes? I don't understand this, and I'm afraid. Okay. Error code 640. Does it want its reference disk back? No. Okay, so I put error code 640, and I get information about signing keys. Let's try something a little older than that. Memory test failed. Run setup. So apparently the BIOS on this thing does not like having that much memory. Who knew? Although I guess it makes sense because it just can't handle that much. The architectural limit of the 286 is 16 megabytes, but I'm not actually aware of any systems that can go that high. So let's just try 8. And I guess I'm going to have to put the reference disk back in, aren't I? I mean, who was the first BIOS to have an integrated thingamajiggy? Okay, so Oh, shoot. Come on. Where's my chat? I just lost my chat windows. Come on, chat. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Run setup. Okay. Yes, I know I need to run setup, but I ran the reference disk. Is this entire stream just going to be watching that memory check go... It's like watching my Itanium try to boot. You know, you turn it on, the fans go... And then suddenly the entire section, this section of New Jersey runs out of power. I mean, that's what happens when you try and boot the Titanic that is directly behind me. So, I mean, I'd love to get that thing up and running for a stream, but I legitimately do not have the nuclear substation it requires. And I'm really not even being all that facetious. For those that were at HOPE 2018, that is the last HOPE conference that was face-to-face, we blew out the circuit panel at Hotel Pennsylvania with fail server. So, and that fail server has 10 gigabytes of RAM. Error corrected, ECC RAM. You can imagine how long that RAM test takes. So, okay, it's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. Bueller. It's probably going to want its reference disk back, but maybe not. Okay, so error code 8602, error code 8602. Maybe it just needs to set up the reference disk a second time. Oh, it's okay. So I apparently still have the reference disk in, so I'm just gonna let it run it, and we're gonna hope for the best. Automatically configure the system. God, I hate reference disks. Let's see here. Conflicts were found with your adapter cards. But it doesn't give me the Thou shalt not want modern conveniences like an integrated BIOS or Sanity. Thou shalt not want integrated conveniences. Thou shalt remember that this is the old thing. Thou shalt remember. Thou shalt remember that the memory test is good. The memory test is your friend. The friend computer is your friend. Help. This is my happy face. This is the everything is going great moment. I mean, okay. I'm good. I'm just remembering the fact that I have NetWare and Oracle. Oh, God, what have I done to myself? I have NetWare and Oracle coming. I not only have NetWare, but I'm going to have to install Oracle on top of it. We're using PCM. I've got 86 box, but for the moment, we're just using PCM because that's what chat decided. Because I don't need a network card, so this is easier. We're currently in reference disk hell, and I do mean that very literally. I'm not going to put a disk in the drive. I want to just see if it will actually post without any concerns. Actually, I'll put the install one disk in. Yeah, so we've had fun with reference disk. We're having the full IBM experience here. The only other thing I could think we could do for the end of the year, and God, this is fine. Okay, I'll put the reference disk back in. We're going to set this by hand. This is fine. I'm running setup. Okay, wait, is it a second reference disk? Because I've got the link I got this from the IBM reference page said this is reference. Yeah, this is reference disk model 50 setup utility. And that's the only thing I have for it. Do I need a different disk? Okay, hold on. God. Alright. We're going to get this one. Okay. I need to bring chat back up because obviously I need chat's brain. You need to reboot from the reference disk the second boot. We got a lot of clips like that. Okay, come on. I'm pressing enter. Oh, don't tell me it crashed. Don't tell me it crashed. Don't tell me it crashed. This is fine. This is fine. There are no giant elephants in your closet. There are no giant elephants in your closet. There are no giant elephants in your closet. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'm tempted to try an award BIOS because people tell me the award BIOS can work. We are trying the FDisk. Oh, well that time it didn't do a memory test. Look at that, guys, it didn't do a memory test. It didn't do a memory test. It didn't do a memory test. As long as I only do an alt control delete. Okay, I'm not going to let it automatically configure. I don't care that it's... There we go. There we go. Hey, look. Okay, this is progress. This is progress. Change configuration. God. Let's see here. How do I change this? I like that it is it not letting me change this? So if I hit F6, what happens? Nothing happens. All right, let me help. Okay, so that's correct. That's not correct. Oh, hold on. Is it? I think it's complaining because I don't. Did I not install the disk controller? No, I got a disk controller installed. Okay. Why is this so convoluted and hard and convoluted and hard? Okay, so it sees the ESDI controller. It sees the MAFCO Pro. It sees both floppy drives. All right, if I just hit F10, why does it say configuration? I can't actually make any changes here. Let me see here. Run automatic display memory map. So this is what the system thinks the current configuration is. I want to change my configuration. Okay, so that's how you do it. All right, so if I change that to ROM disabled. I don't understand why it won't let me change the amount of memory. Yeah, I'm trying to change the amount of memory and it won't let me do it. But if I just hit F10 and save the configuration. Like, this system should support more than 2 megabytes of memory. The original AT supported more memory than this. Okay. I'll let it reboot with the reference disk in. Okay, it's going to do a memory test. But maybe it'll be okay. I don't know. I'm not optimistic. I'm having a real IBM moment here. I'm having a real IBM moment here. It's amazing, folks. Is it amazing to? Am I the only one who's amazed that IBM PCs became the dominant standard because of, things like this? Because even the Compact Desk Pro, which was the first clone of the IBM PC, that not only did the same type of thing, it also needed a reference disk. But its reference disk wasn't even bootable because they couldn't get a license from Microsoft. You actually had to boot DAWs in the limp my BIOS is completely mode, and then from there you could run setup and set it up correctly. I mean, what I've learned is not to only use the diagnostic disk as a last resort. I prefer using G setup from a bootable DAWs floppy if I can get that far. Yeah, I can understand the literal crashing on stage. That's a famous clip with Bill Gates of Windows 95 going... That was 95 that went belly up, right? Well, yeah, G.I. Jack, yes, I know. Well, yeah, okay. But the thing is that you could reverse engineer any other BIOS. They could have reverse engineered... well, maybe not the Macintosh, but... well, actually, now that I think about it, let's see here. 1987, what would you have had? You had the IBM PC, and you could license the Microsoft... I guess it makes sense. But, yeah. Alright, it's thinking about this. Am I going to get a post error? Okay, so, again, 860... Okay. Alright, I'm leaving the reference disk in. We're going to try this one more time. If you add or installed memory... Let's see here. Automatically configure. I took the mouse out. No. This is okay. I'm okay. This is fine. This shouldn't be this hard. This shouldn't be this Okay. I am willing to try an award BIOS at the moment, because supposedly that will actually work. And I think it's less brain dead than what we're currently trying to do. So let's try, let's see here. Do we have generic? Was it AMI or award that chat said that would work? Oh, screw it. All right, we're going to keep going with the pain just for a little longer. The thing is, I used the original release of 95 because we got it at midnight at CompUSA, complete with register crash. And I have good memories of early Windows 95. I even have good memories of first edition Windows 98. I also ran OS 2 so as dual boot, so yep. Okay. This is fine. The flying spaghetti monster that IBM made cannot actually hurt you. You have complete control of the environment. You can just click the X and it goes away. You can click the X and go away. You can click the X and go away. You can click the X and go away. You can click the X and it'll go away. This is no worse than dealing with random generated dungeons in Persona 4. Oh, who am I kidding? If you want to see more suffering, please donate to the for the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, or RAINN via Tiffany. If you're watching us on Twitch, please scroll down. You can find the link. No, it didn't drop, Neozid. We are stuck in RAM test hell, but we didn't drop. In theory. Okay, obviously this reference disk just doesn't like me. No, do not automatically configure. I guess it needs to have a mouse? Oh, wait. I had an idea. Okay, so if we go to change configuration. First, let's disable... Okay, I think I know what needs to happen here. So let's go to... Let's leave this, go to set features. Network server mode? Okay. So apparently you need to have a mouse. Okay, I think I know what the problem is. I suspect that the ESDI controller Just does not want to run with 8 megabytes of memory. You know, this is fine. I'm just going to change the configuration because if I keep looking into this rabbit hole, there will be actual screaming. I'm going to try an award BIOS. Okay. Now let's eject the reference disk. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. There's no presentation manager here, though. There's no... Yeah. The presentation manager is... and the machine is stuck. The machine is just flat out stuck. I mean, I've gone this to work. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's why it's stuck. Let's try a less exotic video card. Standard IDE. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, okay. It was having a bit of a fit because you can skip your memory test. Hey, look, I can skip the memory test. That's fine. Press Control Escape. I think I can do that through. Okay. Why do I have the feeling that pressing this key combo is going... Oh, there we go. Oh, man. I don't... This takes me back. Frig. What's the disk geometry? I can pull that up. Let me pull up the disk geometry. God, remember when you used to write this information by hand? So it's 64 sectors, 16 heads, and 512 cylinders. Okay. Yes, I'm using the Twitch chat to keep my BIOS settings saved. Okay. I probably should have just used a standard type, but YOLO? Okay. OS2 shouldn't care. Oh man, I'm being optimistic if I'm saying that. Okay, so it is 512 cylinders, 16 heads, 63, and then I should be able to leave those as zeros. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. So confirm update. All right, let's see if it actually passes its post. See, I don't know if this is a close enough because God knows that I know that IBM things are specific and specific. I'm letting it do the memory test because that. Why does it only see 5 megabytes of RAM? Why does it only see... What the? Right, okay, apparently hitting that key combo does something in Linux. That actually effed with my stream. Hold on. The stream got messed up. Now you're looking at my Steam. No. There we go. Apparently, I'm not even sure what that key combo did, but it did something. Yeah, so apparently this tops out... I don't know. Let's see here. I want 0 EMS. It's all supposed to be extended. It won't let me do that. What is this thing? What is this madness? I'm enjoying this. I'm having... oh, yeah, you know, that's actually not a bad idea. Can I disable the EMS port? No, I cannot disable the EMS port. I can't seem to disable it at all. I don't want EMS. I do not want EMS. Go away. Go away. Let's see here. So, numlock... Fine. Okay. The thing is, it might try using more memory than what we have because I don't know what the BIOS is going to report. And because God knows I can see IBM software being really stupid. Yeah, so it's doing testing in protected mode. I'm guessing it's trying to test the whole thing. Let me see if this passes. Because it's the protected mode part It worked that time? It worked that... Chat, do you want to explain that one to me? Because I really don't know. I know EMS memory is not protected memory, but I don't know I have this set, this VM. Hold on, I'll go full screen so you can see my settings. OBS, where are you? Okay, if I go into the machine settings and we go into no, I don't want to do a reset. So I've got 8 megabytes here, but it's only seeing 5 in protected mode, and it's apparently reserving the rest for EMS of some sort. I don't know why. I really don't know why. I'm just going to put the disk in, and I'm just going to walk away slowly. Okay, so there's system disk. So we are going to test the claim if a ward BIOS is... God damn it. If a ward BIOS... Well, it's trying to boot. IBM OS2 Extended Edition 1.0. That is progress. Yeah, so EMS is bank switching. So, okay, it is... Well, it got into the installer, but I've gone this far on cloned machines before. It's what comes later we're going to see if there's actual problems. Okay, and I need to just fix something with the chat. Oh, that screen is not one I was expecting. That one does not... Let's see here. Okay. So, interestingly, it says you should have the... This installer is not for the extended edition because it's only saying that you should have discs 1, 2, and 3. Extended edition is 8 discs. So, okay, that's fine. Now, the last time we tried this, okay, so this still has the 32 megabyte limit, so that's fine. So I'm going to specify my own partition. Wow, that is an F disk. Okay, so let's create one primary, maximum size, and display the partition table. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So the fixed disk table's been changed. That's expected. Did the reboot. Okay. It is possible that EE installs on top of a full regular. I can't find anyone who's ever tried to install it. So that's what that boils down to. I've never found anyone who's tried to install it or use it or even RAINN anything about. The only thing that I know about Neozed, thank you for the $20 donation. That is our first donation of the night. So I am happy to know that my pain and suffering is going to a good cause. So, yeah, so the last time we tried this, it was, in fact, on a clone machine, which we did on HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER. We managed to get this far. This is where it crashed last time. So if this works, we've gone farther than we did last time, because otherwise this is going to die of a trap error right there. Wow, I don't think I could have had the timing on that any better. Someone clip that, please. Someone clip that. That was about as perfect timing as you could get. Granted, that is not a trap error. That is actually not a trap error. So I'm actually just going to try booting to PC-DAWS 3.3, and I'm just going to see if we can format the partition from there. Because this is all FAT, it's not HSPS, so it might just be for the fact that it doesn't like the hard drive. So I'm not giving up just yet. But that timing, my God. Okay, so here we go. 3.3, which is the right error for this. Reboot. The disk is far larger than it should be, but it should still work. It's still under 504 megabytes. The problem is that there's a partition size limit, but if we boot under standard DAWS and we run fdisk, yeah, okay, so that partition table is correct. So let's just format under DAWS and see if that does the trick. That's fine. It may just be that OS2 is having some problems. Let's just see that OS2 is having problems. I'm not using a 500 megabyte disk. I'm using half of that. And even then, you should be able to do that successfully. Like I said, we're kind of testing limits here. I'm learning. Like, we're going to see if an award BIOS can actually run this. I mean, you know, if we go... Okay, I have an idea for a stream. Hold on. So if we really want to go all crazy, this is my ThinkPad 380D, and we could try Unreal hardware. Because what we could do is if we can prove that this will work with an award BIOS, we can try it on the ThinkPad. All I have to do is apply the CPU speed patch that Michael oh god, I never remember his name. So we'll see. Yes, no. The fact of the matter is, IBM had some amazing. They had to add support for extended partitions for that. Okay, so far so good. We're into the installer. Now, as long as it gives me an option of do not format. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, this is maybe where it trapped last time, but it's doing stuff. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, basically the OS2 god is the way I want to describe him. He knows more about OS2 than most men dare to wonder. So, okay, we're getting somewhere. Bum 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 bum. Well, the fixed disk preparation is complete. Remove the IBM OS2 install diskette. Okay, so I just alt control deleted. So this is, so far we are running with more than 4 megabytes of RAM, which everything I have read said that this should not work with OS2 1.0, which means that there are fixes in extended edition to let this work. Yeah, okay, we are getting somewhere. Okay. Let's see here. Vergesware. Holy cow, I have not heard that name in a long time. It's possible the limits... So the architectural limit of the 286 processor is 16 megabytes of memory. Now, I'm not actually aware of any 286s that can actually go that high. We're going to test a few things here. I actually want to take... Once we're installed, we can install the speed patches, and we can actually see if this can go all the way up to 16 megabytes of RAM. Because I know for a fact that Standard Edition 1.0 will crash with more than 4 megabytes of RAM. The issue is due to the way that OS2 does the local device descriptors, but this is surprisingly being well behaved, and I'm very suspicious of this. So apparently an Award 286 will in fact run IBM 1.0. Because normally the IBM OS2 was meant for IBM PCs only. If you had a non-IBM system, you had to use Microsoft OS2 because of marketing. Yeah, so apparently the bike guy was right. I'm actually curious if it'll run with a 386. We're going to try that. So OS2's been copied. So accept predefined layout. We have a Microsoft Mouse serial. We don't have any serial ports. Accept the configuration, complete installation. So let's eject. So that is actually really interesting that worked. I legitimately did not expect that to work. So, and this is different. There are legitimate differences here from Standard Edition. Like that was one we just saw. So here's the command prompt. So I think is it check level? Yeah, so OS2 1.0. So we've got a bunch of executables and such. Like you can definitely see some differences. We've got A BIOS right here. Do we have E? We do not have E in this version. God, it means I don't even have a text editor. God, there is not a lot here. Let's see here. What else we got? We've got basic, which cannot be run in OS2. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Link. Interestingly, I didn't know OS2 even shipped with a linker out of the box. So there are definite differences here. Let's see here, intro. If I run intro, I think this is the tutorial program. Yeah, it is. Oh wow, this is actually a special look. This actually references Extended Edition, base operating system, communication manager, and database. Huh. That's because the 286 does not support virtual 8086 mode. It actually has to go back into real mode in the penalty box. Yeah, look at that. This tutorial has actually been modified. Okay, let me go back to full screen mode. I want to take a look what's on those other disks because I want to see. I don't know how you install the other disks. We remember we're missing part of the manual here. So do we have an install command or something on here? Wow, we have header files. Yeah, I'm not seeing in... This looks like communication manager. There's CM. Okay, that's SQL. That's SQL, either database manager or SQL server. Yeah, I feel like there should be an installer here somewhere that I'm not seeing. Try cm.command. Yeah, you're right. That is a batch file. Let me see here. Do I have M-type? Yeah, I do have M-type. Okay, so disk 4. I want to see what it is. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. No, because it... Let's see here. Apparently, it's not a batch file because that was just all gibberish when we just tried it. ACS. I don't even know what ACS might be. Huh. Let me see if I have like an install command here. Let's just look at the... Oh, look. There's online help. There's actually online help here. Let's look at the online help. Okay, so installation and configuration. Oh, that's really useful. To install install Communication Manager, you must use its installation program. See the Getting Started guide for more information. That is so useful. Okay, is there anything here that actually helps? Not really. Okay, yeah, because here's the introducing. That's just what we just ran. So, surprisingly, IBM did a lot to really change this. But is there like something like the feature installer here? So we've got CMD. We've got Swapper. We saw Spool, which was different. Oh, screen. Thank you. Thank you. I got it. I got it. I got it. I know it. I'm a experienced streamer. I know what I'm doing. Says no, and people wonder why no one believes him. Okay. You know, let's just put disk 4 in and see what happens. Let's just try putting disk 4 and running CM. Because the rules don't matter and something. So if we do if I just type CM, what happens? Yeah, that don't do shit. That don't do shit. That don't do. Okay, so let's look at the executable files. What is ACS? ACS cannot be run in IBM Operating System 2 mode. So that probably tells me something. That means that's the DOS executable. But why would there be a DOS executable? Obviously, we're missing something here. I like the fact that we have a hard error.exe. I thought that said something else. So what's DMPC? Okay, that doesn't do anything useful. Yep. Yeah, hard error. That's what we say it is going to be. Wait a minute. I just had an idea. Oh, look, I do actually have Edlin. I don't really want to use Edlin, but hold on. We have an install folder here. What do we have here? Oh, we have more. There are more things here. So here's the syslevel executable. This is what I was looking for. So this says the syslevel is 0. That I guess it makes sense. Okay. What else we got? So let's just try install IDE. Stack Overflow. I don't think Stack Overflow is going to help here. I mean, we could try, but I don't think going to Stack Overflow is going to tell me how to install the extended edition components. Let's see here. What is QM install? Query Manager installation. Oh. Yeah, that is pretty much a good definition. So it looks like these CMD files actually represent things. So I'm guessing that's install aid, DS, directory service, query manager, and communication manager. So let's try install aid. Haha, look, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So we list so there's no programs installed. So I want to install a program. This program is not set up by the installation aid. Okay. Okay. So now we're starting to get somewhere. So if we want to install, so which one is DS? So database services. So let's try DS install. Okay, so Extended Editions Database Manager consists of database services and query manager. So once you install database services, you can install the query manager. So, okay. Insert diskette 5. We figured something out. We figured something out. I feel so smart right now. So, I'm going to test this in a bit, but I am actually curious if 16 megabytes is the actual limit, because we're going to switch over to a 386 processor. In fact, we might even go a step further. Who wants to see me try this on real hardware? Raise your hand in chat if you want to see my suffering continue. Make yourself known, because this is running a lot better than the retail release did. Okay, Jack raises his hand. Now the question is, are we going to do it tonight or another night? Let's see here. Okay, so you're about to complete. If you want to install Query Manager, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So then we do QM install. Okay. So just follow the prompts. You can't upgrade it to... Actually, wait a minute. You could technically dual boot Windows NT and OS 2. Okay. I'm in my happy place. I'm in my happy place. I'm in my happy place. So, okay, I want to pull up not NeoZeeds. I want to pull up the OS2's museum's patch file. OS2 museum, OS2 1.0 VirtualBox. Because if we go to full screen, so here's what the OS2 God says on the subject. It says, okay, so it does apparently 16 megabytes apparently actually is the limit. Okay. All right, so here's why. So IBM OS2 1.0 and 1.1 use a 286 style of switching to and from protected to real mode. That's the triple reset approach. I just realized this is off the side of the screen. Let's fix that. This will work. It will actually work on real hardware on systems newer than the 286. And Microsoft OS 2, yeah, it would work on real hardware. It's just no emulator, no VM can actually implement the triple fault reset method. Yeah, because there's a special BIOS hook in IBM PC BIOSes to actually do this. Because the 286, the trip to protected mode was a one-way trip. The BIOS has a special hook if you set certain flags in the 0 page that instead of reinitializing all the hardware and looking for the boot sector, it'll just continue execution at a place in RAM. So, in theory, this could actually work on that ThinkPad. I would just have to put the speed patches. So... So if I scroll up here, because the speed patches you need are here, and there is a Python script to fix this. It might be possible to do this on real hardware. I might actually be able to get my ThinkPad to boot OS 2 1.0. So we got Query Manager installed. Let's just install Communication Manager for the full trifecta while I think about this. Hold on. So before while my brain stews upon this, the prompted mode is for a first-time user. It installs with the minimum number of decisions. Okay, we're just going to do prompted mode because I don't actually have an IBM mainframe. Uh-oh. Red alert. Red alert. Red alert. Red screen of death. If I just don't put a disk in, what happens? Okay, obviously it doesn't like that. I'm guessing it needs to have disk 4 in the drive. I'm just, as a random shot in the dark, I'm guessing it wants disk 4. Okay. You know, we can try full function mode. That is so useless. It might need a serial port or a 370 access card. But I would think you would be able to install without one. You can install it on later ones without one. Yeah, let's look at the install log. Why did that say file copy? Install log. Why can't I... Are you kidding me? The only text editor I have is Edlin, and I can't run it in OS 2 mode. I have to run it in the goddamn penalty box. Yeah, I'm guessing it had to run in protected mode. Holy cow, that installed a lot of crud on my hard drive. Alright, so let's put Communication Manager aside. We can't really do much with it anyway. Exact. Let's see if I type... See, I don't like that that gave me a file copied of all things. Was Borland Brief a real mode? I thought Borland Brief was a dual mode editor. I really need a good text editor. I like Brief, so I just don't remember if it's a console application or not. Let's see if it works. Let's see here. Borland. Borland. Where do I have it? Borland Brief, Disk 1. Otherwise, I'm open to suggestions for other... No, okay, so it's not. Damn. Yeah, well, apparently, even though it's character mode... Oh, it may have been a special release for OS 2. Let me look. Let me see if there was an... Because I have Brief, but I have the actual discs. Let me grab the actual discs. So here's my copy of Borland C. Do I have an I just may not. I may just never have dumped the if I have the OS 2 version of the editor. Oh, I think I stored Brief separately. Hold on. Because I've used this right recently. Here we go. Brief. Okay. So here are my Brief discs, but they're both DAWs versions. So apparently I think there was an OS2 version of Brief. I just don't have it. But that's what the internet's for. So hold on. Let's take a quick look. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Let's see here. Okay, so it's on WinWord. Okay, I don't normally. I always feel slightly meh. I never like downloading abandonware, but in this particular case, I'm not going to be able to find a better text editor for OS2, and I actually kind of need one at the moment. So, yeah, let's do the thing. Let's see here. Just give me a moment. I'm just downloading it on the other screen. If I can get it to work. If I can get this to work. Yeah, back in the day, I didn't use Brief. Brief is like something I found more recently, because I remember all the programming I used to do, I used to use the edit command, and then later I used something in Windows. But when I got into retro programming, I found Brief to be the best option. Do I even have T? The system can't find the sector. What? 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 Oh, okay. No. Okay. Yeah, okay. That was not my hard drive saying goodbye. That was a completely different error. Yeah, but that I thought it couldn't read a general sector, not. God, I just gave myself a heart attack. All right, let's install Borland Brief. Let's take a closer look and see what's going on, because if we have a text editor for OS2, suddenly the operating system goes from completely useless to actually usable. Because I think that's a lot of why OS2 had such a poor reaction, because you go through all the trouble of buying OS2. You install it, and then all your old software runs in the penalty box. The penalty box, even the most Arduino OS2 fans will not defend the original penalty box. So, you know, then you have to track down new versions of all your software. And these are in the days where you had to go to CompUSA or Eglin Software. And so, yeah. Okay, let's see here. So escape when done. NC, that's fine. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised on how well this is working. I was expecting a lot more problems of trying to get this working on. Let's see here. It may have crashed. This version of Brief is from 1991. This is an OS2. Ooh, excuse me. Let's see here. Oh, do we have an updated text editor? Mini ed. Yeah, I think trying to use Brief crashed. I can get the task manager to come up. I can even get into the penalty box. But I think it's dead. How do you kill a running program? Can you even kill a running program? Or is it just... Yeah, because I can start a new session. Delete program title, refresh, switch information. Yeah, okay, so it crashed trying to load. Well, yeah, you loaded it on 1.3, but this is 1.0, so if it tried to do anything with Presentation Manager, it went... Yeah, I think it's stuck. Let's eject and reboot. But, you know, it does also show the big thing about OS2 is that even though a program has crashed, the system hasn't locked up. But if this was a presentation manager application, that's it. Game over. The system's dead. So let's give it the free finger salute. Okay. Well, there are some syscalls that were added past 1.0. Not many, but there were some. And of course, OBS decided to be a derp. Nope. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's booting up. Like I said, for all I know, I just hit a bug in okay, so interestingly, we do have a few new things. So Query Manager is new. Let's take a quick look, because part of this was actually trying to get Query Manager. Look at that. We can actually open a new database. I don't actually know if DM is open, but... And the mouse works, as you can see. Let's see here. Reconfigure system. Actual service. I don't even know if database services are running. Let's see here. Reconfigure database. My guess is the database is not actually running. Although, I'm not completely sure that that matters. So let's start a new OS2 command prompt. Let's see here. What did it install into? Oh god, it even told me what it was going to install into, and I don't even see it. SQLib? I see stop. Do I have a start? No. It's interesting. They gave you all the headers, binder files, and libs to be able to build database manager applications. It even has some from working from DAWs mode. Oh, there we go. Start DBM. So let's see if we can start this up. DBM was started successfully. So if I now go to Query Manager, can I actually load the thingamajiggy? Huh. I want to open a new database. Okay, let's call you test. I think we got Database Manager working. Give me a moment. Of course. Hold on. Every time the resolution changes, OBS gets a little bit confused. So what's interestingly is that all this was changed to Presentation Manager in the next version of OS 2. So we can create a table. I think we can create a table. Open table. I mean, all things considered, this is better than a lot of database tools I've actually used. So let's go with a large integer ID. And then, let's see here. Add column, let's call it character variable length. First name. Variable. Okay. So if I do that, and then exit. show SQL. So there's the table. Yeah. Okay. I guess it is based on DB2 because that syntax looks like DB2. I mean, I could be wrong. Now, how do I get out of this? Here we go. Return to tables and save. Table name... names? And then I can... Cool. So if I want to add... Let's see here. So cert into names... 1MC... hold on, that would be values. 1... Let's go with side pocket, because if anyone I know is going to be in multiple... you know, need to be in some sort of IBM database of evil, it's both me and SidePocket, because SidePocket helps encourage this. It does not recognize as a command. Is this not a SQL command line? Yep, sorry, I'm a little bit... let's see here. Add data rows. So 1 test. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna have to change that. So apparently I set the apparently length is not the default length. It is the maximum length. So exit query manager. I mean, still, all things considered, this is a lot better than... For anyone who's used Oracle, you know how bad the tools are for Oracle. At least the ones that it's supplied with. So, okay. Yes, ignore this data. Open this table. Yeah, I know it's 10. It's a quarter after 10. I have talked... Sometimes I... let's see here. Holy crap, brain work. A lot of it for me is sometimes I have a sleep disorder, which makes some things harder. It's why this stream sometimes gets canceled on very short notice. And that's why my show is so much later than most others. Okay. So if I want to edit columns, how do I select a field? Like I said, this is, all things considered, this is not all that bad. You know, especially compared to a lot of other tools I've used. You know, had IBM continued to support OS2, as a server platform like this, it might have been a lot more functional. Because a lot of what made OS2 run like garbage was the presentation manager. And a lot of that's because IBM really over-engineered a lot of it. You know, because the presentation manager started based on Windows 2.0, and then IBM created this utterly ridiculous... I don't know how you select a field. Create this utterly ridiculous thing. So, yeah. Now, my guess, if I remember correctly... Let me see here. If I remember correctly, it is possible to do something like Query Manager over Serial. Because while Citrix would come later, it was possible for some native OS2 applications to de facto multitask and allow multiple people to access it at once. Let me see here. Can I drop? Okay, I can erase that table. And now we can make a new one. Open definition, open new table. Add column. Okay, large integer. ID. So first name. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Change column. There we go. You're going to be 255 characters. An add column. Okay, that works. I mean, in a lot of ways, this kind of reminds me of Access. So, let's see here. Yeah, I know that's why IBM basically was in a fight of itself, that it didn't want to fight with its AIX desktop machines. So it kind of hamstrung a lot of what they were trying to do. You know, let's see here. So work with data. I wonder if there was no networking support in this version of OS 2. I know later SQL database manager ones had some, even in the 16-bit era, but I'm not seeing anything here. But before we really let's exit Query Manager. If we go back to the, let's see here. SQL bind. My guess, because unfortunately I don't have the manual, my guess here is you could probably access the database over over NetBIOS. And I'm guessing NetBIOS was available for this version of OS 2. So well, yeah. So catching up with chat, I know I've been a little bit slow here. So thinking about this, you know, let's do a little research here. I want to actually research this. So at the time, let's see here. So OS 2 1.0 networking. Because at the time, IBM would have had PC networks already available. And in-house, here's a write-up about Extended Edition. This is the later 1.3 version. You also can see here SQL Server. So I was right. LAN Manager and Microsoft OS 2 Server had SQL Server. The IBM one was DB2 based because it's complicated. Well, hold on. I need to take a drink. So we the very earliest IBM networking efforts were what they called StarLAN, I think was what they called it. It was basically a proprietary system called the IBM PC Network. I actually have a copy of the discs here, but this system had some major issues to it, and IBM replaced it with Token Ring. And I actually have Token Ring hardware. In fact, I specifically got this. Oh. Let me put that full screen so you can see what I'm holding. This is going to show up on a future HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER. Just saying. And because, in fact, this Token Ring PCM CIA card has an option ROM on it. So, and interestingly, I even have UTP cables for Token Ring. Do you guys want to see the ridiculous Token Ring switch I have? I want to hear in chat. Do you want to see the ridiculous slab of IBM horribleness that I have for Token Ring? Okay. You guys got to give me a minute to get this. It's in the other room. So bear with me. Bum, 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 bum. Ugh. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, look at this. Look at this wonderful abomination of IBM-ness. It is the IBM, what's the model number on it? Is the IBM 8239001 16-port token ring switch with the add-on card to add an additional 16 MAU relays. It even has adapters. Yes. So it's 1998 token ring, but this is a managed token ring switch. You notice that there's a serial port on this. This token ring adapter, in fact, has a brain. It doesn't have DHCP. It has boot piece server capability, managed switches, and audit controls on it. It is, in fact, here. Let me hold it up to the camera. If you look carefully, you can see the lobe connects and the 4-6. You know what? Let me put it on the table and move the camera, because otherwise I'm going to just hurt myself. Oh, come on. Yeah, that's it. This is how I hurt myself. So this is the token ring hardware. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. So we have the managed DB thing here. We have, so token ring networks are passive in wiring. This abomination aside, but basically every token ring network is wired directly to each other. So this is what's called the lobe token ring connectors, where you can connect multiple MAUs together. Here is the status lights. This is really hard to do because I'm looking, the way I'm seeing it and the way it is reversed from each other. So this is the 4 and 16 token ring lights, and then here are all the ports, and then there's an expansion card. If I can get it to come out. This card does not always want to release. I took it out when I got this. Yeah, it's not moving. But this card can pop out and our one can go in. I don't know how many watts it needs. Oh, my camera just died. Did it die completely? Why did you die? Okay, the webcam just suffered from a case of dead batteryitis. I am still here though. Let me switch to the VM view. Yeah, that was dead batteryitis has just struck in. Yep, okay. So, incidentally, the labels on the Switch tell me it still has its original lights. Yeah, I'm letting the phone charge up again because I forgot to plug it in earlier, and wireless cameras eat a lot of power. This token ring Switch came from Ryder. As in the truck rental company, because it has a label and it has their IP block on the back of it. So I haven't powered it up yet. I'm pretty sure when I do, there'll be a power outage in the greater New Jersey area. But my intent is to build a token ring network. I'm currently trying to find a token ring PCI card and adapters from the what are called TP token ring universal cabling, or UTPs, to the older clip-like connectors, so I can run some ISA cards. Because token ring, let's just say IBM had some interesting concepts of token ring wiring. Because if we pull up cabling install, that ain't right. You know, what's funny is that in some ways token ring is interesting. What kind of webcam needs batteries? The scratch driver, it's the wireless type of webcam that is actually a cell phone. That is why. Because what was my webcam was in fact my cell phone, and that's why it went and died. I've got it on the charger. In fact, I can just, once it gets up to 5, you know, I can just plug it in. As long as I'm careful not to unplug it, it should be fine. So bear with me. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with I had to use Power Builder for client apps. Yeah, I feel like I'm causing the real PTSD here. So, yeah, I've got about half the equipment I need to build a token ring network. The reason I didn't use the older type of clip connectors is that the older MAUs needed a reset switch. Let's see here. Let me bring back the webcam. Camera? Hey, look, the camera's back. It helps when you plug things in. Huh. Apparently I've moved to Australia. Let me fix that. There we go. There we go. But now it's too high. Well, it's never easy. So, as I was talking about this monstrosity of IBM-ness, need more Dutch angles. What the heck is a Dutch angle? Is I intend to use this with this, and I'm going to see if I can somehow shimmy a token ring card into my modern 2020 desktop. Because I like pain and I like suffering. Oh God. I just had a horrible idea. I just had a really horrible idea, chat. So, as we saw earlier, I bought a copy of NetWare 312 with Oracle Demo Edition for $30. I have token ring equipment. I could run Oracle over IPX on token ring. This is not a good idea. This is not a good idea. This is a horrible idea. Why did I think this? Because it's an abomination. I need something to drink. I'm sorry, NCommander's brain has decided that I have in fact gone too far. Well, you know, the great thing about this token ring equipment is I can just pretend it's Ethernet to some unsuspecting schmuck and tell them that there's something wrong with my switch. Okay, I'm alright. I am not thinking about Oracle over token ring. It is not a thing that is not something I'm going to think about. It's not a thing that we're going to worry about. It's not a thing that exists. The Oracle on NetWare is just ow! Oracle over token ring can't hurt you. Maybe that will be what we do when we hit our $400 goal. So, no, maybe I shouldn't do that, because last time I said a sentence like that, someone in chat who knows who they are specifically donated to make me suffer and cry. You know who you are. You know who you are. You know who you are. Well, the thing is that we're trying to raise money for charity. And there's Side Pocket. For the Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network. All of my live streams have either been for fun or to help with these charity drives. So, I like seeing money go to these causes. But it does mean I suffer for it. Okay, we're okay. So I am actually, I do actually want to research this, since, you know, we're on the topic. So, here, this is NetWare for OS2 1.1 and possibly 1.0, although the images are broken, apparently. So, excuse me. So at least it was theoretically possible that it could be done. So let's see here. So this talks about Etherlink. It seems wrong to make you cry when it's over charity like this. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that the chat assists on my tears, as we know for a fact. So, yeah. So, it was definitely possible to do networking on these very early versions of OS2. Now, it might have been, let me see here. OS2 1.0 Extended Edition Manual. Did the manual exist in any shape or form? Let's look here. The Standard Edition manual was saved, and they already have a dump of Extended Edition. The 1.1 Extended Edition manual survived. So let's grab the 1.1 Extended Edition manual and let's crack it, because 1.1 was not that different from 1.0. Download, please. Bueller. Okay, it's just not having it. All right, so let's do a Google search. IBM manual. So, yeah, I definitely got to get this manual scanned, because obviously it's not been archived. Even if I only have half the manual, it still hasn't been archived in any way. So it's good to get that saved. No, that's not your blog, though. That's OS2 Museum. But it's OS2 Museum NetWare. But if you yeah, this NeoZ, there's the link. So I want to get down to the base. I want to get to the base of this mystery. So, can we please get this manual to download? Let me let me go back to release. Sometimes I gotta just use Firefox. I don't know why, but when we're sometimes just something I've got in Chrome just causes indigestion. Okay, it's downloading. How long is this gonna take? Okay, it's gonna take 3 minutes for that to download, because yeah, see, I mean, you can tell that the box is basically identical to what I have, but I'm missing manual 1. I'm missing volume 1, which has all the manual. I tried both mirrors. It wasn't downloading. I had to try a different browser. It's downloading right now in the other monitor. So it's a little bit interesting. So basically, IBM did a custom SKU for... Let me move the camera because it's kind of in a stupid position. Actually, that's not bad. Okay. So basically, IBM did a entire SKU... Focus, please. There we go. There we go. So IBM basically did an entire SKU for Extended Edition because it identifies so differently. Every bit of branding is different. Now, it makes sense that IBM built the ability to brand OS2 right into the base system, mostly because Microsoft was going to do that for the clone manufacturers. So that may explain why the tutorial says OS2 Extended Edition, why all the branding is changed throughout the system, because it was probably built that way from the ground up by day one from Microsoft. Does the box list networking as features? You know what? That is a wonderful question. Let's find out. The box says warranty, 3-month program, 3-month warranty, program, 3-month warranty. Program services, available after warranty, yes. Charges apply, no. Service expiration date, July 29th, 1989. No program services are available after this date. And then it has a very, very short list of machines that it'll run on. It'll run on a PS2 model 50, 60, 7386, or 8386. And then it will run on the AT. And interestingly, it will run on the XT286. So, let's see here. Yeah, so it doesn't actually say. Doesn't say in the slightest. Let's see here. The IBM OS2 Extended Edition combines OS2 Standard Edition benefits, large memory management, multitasking support, and more with Database Manager and a Communications Manager. The Database Manager offers SQL relational database, database and query management functions. The Communication Management supports multiple concurrent communications and emulation of several terminal types. So the answer is, I don't know. At the time, IBM did have its own networking product. I can say that for a distinct fact. We know Token Ring at that point had already shipped. IBM had already had their own PC network product, and the PC network product was based around NetBIOS. So the answer is it probably did. We know that the TCP/IP stack has never been dumped. That's the problem. So okay, so here's the Extended Edition. So there were apparently 3 binders. There was the user guide, the command reference. That's what I have, and a keyboard layout. So let's open the user guide. This is for 1.1 and not 1.0, but I am hoping it's close enough that we'll be able to use it as a reference. If Bueller, there we go. So, first edition, November 1988. So, this came out only a couple of months after 1.0. This is why 1.0 is so hard to come by, which is why I was very surprised I found it. Now, interestingly, this version specifically refers to LAN requester. So, okay, so OS 2.1.1 did support LAN requester, which was IBM's own file server thing. So, yeah, so let's skip ahead to chapter 48, because it says here, using the IBM OS2 local area network requester in chapter 48 includes information, how to share files, printers, and serial devices among with Token Ring or IBM PC Network. So by November 1988, they were definitely already working on this. So let's see if we can find... So this is still SQL Server. Let's see here, 44. That's Communication Manager. Nope, now we're in SQL Server. God, I mean, I'm happy the manual has been saved, but this is not the most easiest way to browse a manual. Okay, managing database. You know, interestingly, hold on, I just noticed this. Interestingly, this still shows command line interfaces. I guess the GUI was not available for Extended Edition 1.1. Yeah, I know LAN Manager was a separate product. I know it's not included in the box of that's why I'm looking for this in the manual. I want to see what it says about that. Because it implies that there was a LAN Manager or more specifically, it would have been called LAN Requester and LAN Server. Not LAN Manager was the Microsoft product. Because there's more confusion is, of course, a thing that we need in this. Okay, so keep going down. Is define procedures using Query Manager. Here we go. Let's go to the beginning of the chapter. So this only contains an introductory reference to the IBM local area network requester and local information network server. So LAN server, LAN requester, yeah. It's an optional component of OS2, and it was sold separately. Okay, so this actually does explain it. So LAN server and LAN requester. Let me explain why this is relevant. Under NetBIOS, which was the network protocol used by... God, I am congested. Under NetBIOS, which was the network protocol that was used by both LAN Requester, LAN Manager, and LAN Server, in addition to files and printers, you could also share named pipes. And this functionality actually continued all the way through. OS2 had a GUI with... 1.1. Presentation Manager was actually announced with OS2 1.1 to be released about a year after 1.0. It's just the Database Manager was still character mode. So the way I'm guessing this worked is that the database, because this is talking about domains. I am guessing Database Manager probably worked over the LAN through NetBIOS named pipes. And to my knowledge, that's how even DB2 for Windows works today. But it was definitely a separate product. So that actually explains a lot. And I don't think it's ever been archived. Let's take a little look here. So if we pull up IBM... LAN server. What does WinWorld have? WinWorld has 1.2, so it's missing the early versions. Well, apparently it existed because the extended edition manual directly references it. And if database server uses name pipes for communication, it would explain how network connectivity works, because the name pipes functionality in NetBIOS means that a local or remote named pipe works identically. It was a very cheap and easy way to do printing, file sharing, so forth and so on. Even Windows to this day supports remote named pipes. It actually does add a lot of context, because the name pipes interface could be implemented over serial, over parallel, over basically anything. And so you basically had SQL Server database. I wonder if it's possible to run the query manager on a dumb terminal. Because if we go to the WinWorld forums, and our own NeoZeed is responsible for this, and we're going to dig into this someday. It's not going to be tonight, and it probably won't be in this year, but there was a multi-user version of OS 2, and that was Citrix OS 2. But you could technically do multiple versions of it. Extended Edition 1.0 supports SNA because that's what Communication Manager is. And we saw Communication Manager on the disk. I just can't load it because something is missing. But Extended Edition 1.0 should have... If we go back into the VM, and if we load the tutorial program... Introducing... Over here, that's fine. Yeah, if we go into Communication Manager, it talks about Extended Edition, how you can use this machine as a terminal, yada, yada, yada. I really wish I could understand why I can't install it, because you could use it as both an ASCII terminal and as a 3270 terminal emulation. Maybe I just need to add another serial card? Yeah, actually right here. This is SNA right here. So Wikipedia is actually flat out wrong. It was right there in Extended Edition 1.0. And Communication Manager itself was built on an earlier product for DAWs that allowed an IBM PC to interact as a 3270 terminal emulation. Because I've seen this on eBay. Let me find it. This particular product I'm not going to pick up, because what they want for it is absurd. But it's this. Actually, this is a different one. This is not a bad one, but for a torn box, even though it's $20... And now I'm thinking about it. I was thinking of something different. This one's in my watched items list, but what was the one I was looking at? And of course, they have this one that looks in so much better condition. But see, this one says entry level. So this was probably meant as an alternative to the to Extended Edition and its Communication Manager. But what was the one I was looking at? The one they wanted a stupid amount of money for. Let's see here. It's possible the auction has expired, because I saw it the other night and I was like, who would pay $300 for that? And it was like a graphical terminal emulator for DAWs from IBM in the box. I would love to do some mainframe stuff on this stream. The largest problem is that setting up let's bring the browser back up. So Hercules is the IBM mainframe emulator, but it is almost impossible to get software to run on it. The only thing you can run is the very early versions of System 370 and so forth, primarily because IBM never put it under copyright. Because, believe it or not, there was a time in this country where copyright was not automatic. And IBM did not believe that operating system software could be copyrighted. Microsoft was the one that actually proved that. So, the main reason I haven't done anything with mainframe stuff is that while it is possible to set up NVS and so forth, there isn't a lot of software and reference stuff that you can really do with it. I mean, we might do this as a for fun thing on a later stream. Because, but I mean, I just want to give you an idea of how absurd this gets. I mean, where's the installation instructions? Here we go. Nope, that's the PDF guide. I don't want the PDF guide. This talks about compiling the source. Yeah, like the guide to actually installing System 370, it's long. It is really long. Like, I think the total install step, it's like 200 install steps from top to bottom. Wait, someone actually got DLC over IP working? That means it would be possible to run SNA server. Huh. Huh, okay. The biggest problem, so one of the very big things that I've wanted to demonstrate is SNA server and mainframe interoperability. But the largest problem is that there's an entire hardware component, because you essentially had to have dedicated hardware adapters to connect SNA to, which is basically the way a mainframe connects to another machine. Yeah, that's the best way of putting it, Neozed. It is involved. And the fact of the matter is that most of the documentation from IBM is paywalled. Like, I'm not even kidding. It is ridiculous on the amount of hoops you have to go through for mainframes. I mean, because the total cost of ownership of a mainframe unit is actually not that horrid in terms of in terms of the actual silicon. Where you get nickel and dime to death is it's like owning an Oracle database or SQL Server licensing. Although SQL Server licensing isn't bad. So I can understand why a lot of people saw mainframes, saw microcomputers becoming to the point that they could replace the mainframe and ran like hell. I mean, I know mainframes aren't dying, but are they even growing? Yeah, no, that's pretty much what I expected. I wanted to check. Yeah, you can basically go. Doing Fortran on an emulated SimH PDP-10 running Linux on an iPad. Oh, that's impressive. So I'm going to give you all a little sneak preview of one of my upcoming videos. I ended up having to install Lattice C and IBM Fortran on it. So let me fire up that VM. You guys are getting a special unscheduled sneak peek here. Let's see here. Which VM is that? I don't remember which one I did this on. You can tell I have far too many. I need the one that has an EGA card. No, you have a VGA. I might have done it on Daw's machine. Yeah, okay, you've got the EGA card. So let's let that boot up. So I'm just going to note that this is something that will show up in a later video. I am going to drop the link to my YouTube channel so you can see it when it comes available. Please subscribe. It really makes a difference for me and the channel, yada, yada, yada. But the reason I talk about this is if I bring this up, this is a piece of IBM software that I'm going to talk about in depth. And the reason I think some people here might find it very interesting is that is Fortran source code. This came out of an IBM box. I need the other VM, please. This came out of an IBM piece of IBM big box software, and that is Fortran source code. And I've got the unboxing video of that all saved and ready to go. For those of you who occasionally check out some of the retro computer groups, I have talked about what this is. Like, that was the Fortran source code. Here's the basic source code, meant to be compiled with the IBM Basic Compiler. And this, what we are looking at right here, is in fact a big boxed IBM software, and it had to do something with the professional graphics controller. The C source code, oh boy. The C source code. I had to install Lattice C to make this work and compile it, and I discovered that Lattice C, you know, I just realized the resolution's a bit off because this is EGA resolution, is the biggest pile of shit known to mankind, and it will not work properly without effort on DAWs 3.3. I changed the prompt so I could see the directory, but I discovered that Lattice C not only needs the DAWs linker, which was removed in 3.3, it has problems with the concept of subdirectories. It was bad. It was really bad. Installing Lattice C was just miserable. I mean, I got it to work, but at what cost? Like, there's Hello World. And you always gotta love that old K&R style, or pre-standard CC tax. You can post a link. So what this is something called the Graphical File System, and it was a big box development library from IBM. I'm not really going to go into details all that much, but it was something designed in support of the professional graphics controller. And this is actually an add-on for a larger piece of software that I do not own, but I was able to help get preserved through distance. Lattice C, so Lattice C, if we load up LC, it says, okay, maybe they haven't updated it. It says 1982, but it still should. Oh god, the library thing. Oh yes, I did post about that in the Virtually Fun Discord. I did get it working, and I do understand what it's for. It's for the professional graphics adapter. Now, as it turns out, with some fiddling, I could get it work partially on an EGA card, although it's not entirely happy. The resolution's a little off. And by a little, I mean a lot. But, and of course, the thingamajiggy goes crazy. So, we even have the video of the shrink wrap getting cracked. But, yeah, the fact is, I've got an IBM big box library. PCM cannot emulate the professional graphics controller. MAME can, but I had issues getting it to work. It would try to start and then blow itself up. I think it's a problem with switching from CGA mode to PGC mode. I can demonstrate what I need to demonstrate with an EGA card, so it's not really that big of a deal. And, but, yeah, you know, I'm going to get the box. I might as well show you guys. I'm back. I'm back. So this is the big box library. I think I've shown it on stream before, but the shrink wrap, as you notice, is gone. Let me go full screen camera here. Why is my mouse stuck in? Yeah. Camera, focus. Yeah, so this is how your software libraries used to come. Okay, the camera is just not focusing. Come on. Technology just... Maybe? Come on. Okay, you know what? Fine. Fine. We'll do it this way. I will move it to the other side of the table, and I will just point it this way. Okay, apparently my phone has decided to install updates for time zones. I don't want to know. So if we turn this around, so here's the graphical file system. You'd think at this point I'd be like an amazing cameraman, but I'm not. So this is a big box software library. And figuring out the manual here is probably the worst thing I've ever used. And no, these boxes are older than I am. I am 32 years old. This was 36 years old. And I did successfully read the floppy disks inside. You can see the 3 graphical file system disks and the 2 professional graphics series device drivers. Which, because if you look at the box itself says that this is an Insight Metafile standard for the storage and transfer of professional quality graphics on file-oriented storage device. The graphical file system provides highly portable graphic information and easy-to-use icon interface to enhance programming productivity. Now, if that is not a complete waste of a description, I don't know what is. This was nearly the death of me. I did get it to work, but it had issues. And it's incomplete. And when I say incomplete, is that this needs software that up until 2 days ago had never been archived or dumped. I got very lucky. The software, the other part of this software, is the graphical kernel system. And amazingly, just as I started researching this, it actually, the graphical kernel system, all 3 boxes showed up at computer reset. I contacted the seller ASAP, and he was able to get the discs dumped. And he's also got the manual dumped. So this actually got some interest. This got a whole bunch of stuff. So people, the 3 people with professional graphics adapters really won't live. And also, since it came up earlier, this is what the PC-DAWS 3.3 box looks like. And let's compare it to the OS2 box. You know what, let's... So, yeah. It's, the graphical file system, the graphical kernel system is currently up on the Internet Archive. I am just waiting to finish my YouTube video, and I will release the Supercard Dump Pros and the raw images as soon as I upload the YouTube video, because I just don't want someone to snipe me on it. But it is going to get dumped and released. Probably next week. I think is it unfair of me just to sit on it for a little bit just so I can make a video about it? So, yeah. So, yeah, that's basically the 2 things. How good are those floppy disks? I've had fairly good luck with my SuperCard Pro. I've really had some good luck with marginal floppy disks on the SuperCard Pro. It's not ideal, but it does work. If you've got marginal disks, feel free to send them to me, and I will definitely be willing to take a try to dump them. So, yeah. So, what I'm hoping... I don't know what the next HACK-ALT-NCOMMANDER is going to cover. Because I think we're getting to the point of... so in theory, the SuperCard Pro and the CryoFlux should be about 1-to-1 the same. I don't have a CryoFlux, and I actually don't recommend it for various reasons. But my train of thought has derailed. But my train of thought has derailed. Yeah. The Debian I stole from you is back on sale. Jesus. I still can't believe you sniped me on that. I really can't. God. It was a life lesson. Did I just scratch this? Hold on. Were those marks there before, or... Yeah, no, No, those are new. How did I do that? Oh, whoa. Hold on. I think the paint is coming off this, because that's the token ring box, and I've got black marks on the bottom of these boxes. Did I just somehow... I think the paint's coming off this. Okay. Yeah, I don't really... So the reason I don't recommend the CryoFlux is the CryoFlux people, they have really made some decisions that I am uncomfortable with, to say the least. On top of that, they specifically only allow the use of the CryoFlux hardware and software by personal users unless you pay them for a special museum license. They're very clear about this on their website. Furthermore, although it's been reverse engineered, the CryoFlux dump format is proprietary, and there's no standard available, or at least there's apparently one now, but I'm not sure it's free and open use. But I'm very uncomfortable contributing money to that. When it was the only choice, I understood that. So I would much recommend the SuperCard Pro over CryoFlux for that reason alone. If you've got a CryoFlux, by more power to you, use it. But I get very uneasy when things when you try and add licensing restrictions to archiving, especially because abandonware is not exactly what I call a great, doesn't exactly have a legal standing in and of itself. So I really have trouble advocating for the use. Not while we have alternatives. While SuperCard Pro is not open hardware, it is the SuperCard Pro card format is an open standard, and the commands to and from the SuperCard Pro and the client are documented, so third-party dumpers can use it, because the official SuperCard Pro software does not work with Linux. I use a third-party utility to interface with my SuperCard Pro. So that's my piece about the CryoFlux. You can take it or leave it, but yeah. Okay, so let me move the camera back to the other side, since we've done our little virtual tour. So that's when my token ring cards went flying. Whew. This has been a long-winded night. I actually didn't expect us to go this long. I am legitimately curious, though, if I could get OS2 1.0 Extended Edition to run on this ThinkPad 380D. Now, I would still have to patch it due to CPU timings. I know for a fact that about 50 megahertz is the upper limit before you run into timing bugs. But I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't work beyond that. If at least if the BIOS is not... NCommander. The frig? So I want to poll the chat. Is there anything specific you want to see in the near future? We're going to do NetWare and Oracle. I don't know when, but now that I have it, it will come up in a future stream. I will probably do a video about it, but it may be quite a while before I get there because I'm probably going to have to drink very heavily before I do that. I also have another interesting eBay auction coming. So we've got some interesting stuff that will be coming down the pipe, either as a stream or as a video. And the reason I say this is interesting, I'm going to pull up the eBay thing for it. This is not what I call your normal copy of Windows. As soon as I can find it. Check order size. Here we go. So for those familiar with Windows, what is wrong with this picture? And I'll give you a hint. There's this on the back, and the copyright date here says 1992. So, well, there's a reason you haven't seen this particular box art before, because this is Windows for Workgroups 3.10. This is not 3.11. That means this does not have the protected mode interface. I mean, if you look at it, it looks really different. Because, you know, it specifically says that 286, 386. So, and if you look at the back of it, let's see if I can get... You can see that it's copyright 1992, and it has other things going with it. So this is not the normal Windows for Workgroups. So we're going to unseal this one at some point. Like this one, this one really emphasizes support for Novell Novell NetWare or LAN Manager. This box predates Windows NT. So the Windows 3.0 had real mode, standard mode, and protected mode. 3.0 real mode was 808.6 compatible. And then 3.1 introduced protected mode and only allowed protected mode and standard mode, or I should say enhanced mode, not protected mode, because I'm getting tired. And then Windows for Workgroups 3.11 only ran on a 386 or higher. So the fact that this will even run on a 286 is unusual. So that does remind me, there was something I wanted to check before we ended it for the night. For people that have seen it before, there is a bit of a hat trick you can do under OS2. You can actually run Windows under the early versions of OS2. And I am very curious. Since I'm here, I want to try this. That is the wrong VM. That is the correct VM. I want to try something with the penalty box. Yeah. Well, the protected mode on the 286 and the 386 is actually somewhat different. It's a complicated topic, but there are differences. So what I want to try right now is I want to see if we can install Windows under the penalty box on OS 2. Because in theory, this will work with later versions of OS 2. And I am just deeply curious. Well, setup launched. Oh, great. Of course, I lost the... See, I have always been curious if this feature... It supported it on... Windows 3.0 specifically advertised OS 2 host support, but it's supposed to require OS 2 1.2 or later. It should not work on this early version. But my gut feeling is that Microsoft implemented this without actually modifying OS 2 to do it. So I want to see if it can be done. I want to see if it'll actually try. I mean, the setup launched, which means it either passed a version check or there is no version check. So I want to see if this will actually work. I don't think it will, but I am curious. So let's see here, because I don't think it's ever been tested. I mean, I know I'm not the first one to document it, but I know very few other people have actually played with Windows under OS 2. My guess is it will bomb out at the GUI myself. That is where I think it's going to go kaflooey. But, you know, it really boils down to how it's talking to the GUI hardware. Because if it's running in 8086 real mode, it might just be bypassing OS 2. Well, I didn't expect that. Well, it got past the GUI. It got to the GUI, I should say. All right, let's keep going. I did not expect that. I did not expect that to work. So I'm guessing Microsoft implemented this with absolutely no help or support from IBM, because IBM nixed quite a few features from the OS 2 kernel, like 386 support. So, okay, I am legitimately surprised that is working. Well, hey, look, we just got a text editor. We just got Windows Notepad. That is actually a major upgrade here. So now we have a text editor for our OS 2 system. This is wrong. This is so wrong that this is even working. Yeah, but NeoZ, it's the OS 2 penalty box. The OS 2 penalty box was a joke. And there is specific detection support. IBM and Microsoft, technically speaking, this version of OS 2 predates this version of Windows. Because this version of OS 2 is from 1988, with the core of it from 1987. And this is from this is from 1990. I am utterly flabbergasted that this is working. It really shows that under the hood, OS 2 did not change much from inception to... What is this? What is this madness? There's a lot of indication that the Rift was growing beforehand. The football design documents for OS 2 really show a lot of frustration with IBM. And IBM specifically killed support for multitasking DAWs on a 386 until OS 2 2.0. Even though Microsoft had it working as early as 1986. So, yeah. So, it's going. No, you definitely do not let it make modifications. That's fine. You can make those. There's the control panel. We don't have a printer. Yeah, you know, I just realized that the mouse is working. No, it's not. I thought the mouse was working, but it's not. Yeah, okay, now we're starting to have problems. Okay. Uh-oh. What? Okay, add all? Fine. Yeah, you can just add all. We'll see. We'll look at it once we're in system. That's fine. Yeah, okay, so there is things missing. There is no, the mouse support's missing. Let me see if I can fix that. It would be COM1. That's how OS2, that's where the mouse is. Because when you do this under later, it just works. Come on. Okay, there we go. Oh, resolution got messed up again. Hold on. You didn't miss much. I just ran setup. All right, let's. Oh, and down she goes. Down she goes. A DAWs mode program changed an interrupt vector that is owned by system. The program has been ended. Oh man, it took it. Okay, let's see if there's a way we can convince it to start. Right, I don't have a text editor. It's interesting that it got that even that far. But the penalty box is not what I call happy. Is it mode? Whoa, okay. I never remember how you reset this. Frig. Okay. Mode. Reset. Display. DAWs. Mode ignore. Oh, you mean with the Windows error? I should try. You know what? I should try that. Ignore. Well. Oh, you know what the interrupt vector thing might be? It might be the mouse. Yeah, I have no mouse. Mouse is not working. But we did get that far. Now, interestingly, it found a lot. Wait, that says PM. And it is detecting that it's running under OS2. Can't run. But those look like program. Those look like PM. Okay. So that is actually really interesting. So basically, the only thing that's not working is the mouse, and that might just be a setup thing. Play reversey. With play reversey without a mouse. Oh boy. That is going to be interesting. Okay, that turns out that's actually... There's cursor controls. I don't like reversey as much as I like solitaire, but we can do that. Okay. So we do that. Because I want to limit the number of moves the AI can make. That was probably a mistake. We go there. We... go there. AI does that. I play here. I've never been very good at this game. And then we convert here. I want to see if we can do that. Yeah, I'm probably going to lose. Like I said, I much prefer solitaire. That and the way the difficulty is implemented is as a... Let's see here. Sorry, I didn't see what the chat was saying. I got caught up in the game. Let me pull up the back scroll so I can see what you guys have been talking about. Yep. Yeah, we can also do solitaire, but which has kind of been like the NCommander has done an abomination upon God. That's a good way to end a stream. Let's see here. Do that. Yeah, I think I lost here. We'll see for sure. I'll fight it out to the end. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I've saved this. Pass. Hey, I won by 10. Nice. Nice. So, okay. All right. We can try solitaire. I don't think I've ever tried to play solitaire without... Yeah, I didn't know you could play it with... I've never tried to play it without the... I mean, I knew it was technically possible, but I don't think I've ever tried to actually do it. You know, I can actually see the visual lag when I do this, but this is surprisingly responsive, all things considered. All right, I think that's enough of that. So, what have we learned here? And we learned that you can in fact run Windows, at least on top of Extended Edition. So you can run Windows on top of Extended Edition. I'm guessing it would work fine on the base version, but those look like Program Manager applications to me. You know, I'm going to shut down this. I want to take a closer look at those files. Yeah, so exit Windows. That's fine. Ignore the error and continue. Oh yeah, call 80. Mode con calls 80. I guess the OS2 version is slightly different. That's all I can say. You know, I should have tried... You know, actually, hold on. There's one more thing I want to try. Let's go back into Windows. I want to see if I can actually tab out and get back to Program Manager. I can. Look at that. I have to hit it a few times, but it does work. I can actually tab out and back. Yeah, but the thing is that this is Extended Edition 1.1. Well, let me get back to the penalty box. Let's see here. Ignore the error. Mode call 80. Okay, that works. Mode call 40. That is ugly as sin, but it does work. So... the fact that that works at all is kind of surprising and a little bit scary for me. Because it essentially means that Windows itself is not doing anything really special to OS2. About the only thing I saw that didn't work that works on the later versions is the mouse support. And let me see here. Let me just look at this. Did I just select the wrong mouse? I don't remember how... I remember there's a stupid trick to making a DAWs mouse driver work if that's all you have and no Windows one, but I don't quite remember how you do it. Let me see here. If I look at machine, what's the... I just want to see what type of mouse I'm emulating. Yeah, because something... I am kind of surprised that works. Okay, so I have a Microsoft PS2 mouse. And not a Mouse Systems Free one. So... But that's not an option. Yeah, I'm just gonna try this because I'm curious. I don't think it's actually going to work, but... Let's see here. Let's see here. So when... Do I get a working mouse now? Oh, interesting. Oh, there it is. There's the error. Ignore. Yeah, I get no mouse. I get no mouse. If I go to Windows Setup, what does it say? Interestingly, it also thinks I have a network of some kind. I don't know what to take away from this. We've obviously... I still wish we could get Banyan to work, but... Mouse.com... Serial port reserved. Yeah, it probably could be made to work, but I don't really know how I'm going to get it. What's in your config.sys and autoexec.bat? Okay, I'll go back into Windows and show you. Because I don't have a text editor besides Windows. Let me get back in. Okay, there we go. Fix the graphic settings. This feels like an abomination. Okay, so config.sys. I mean, there's really not that much there, although... Yeah, no, there's really not that much here. Although, interestingly, it's using an EGA driver. Sarah, I'm the one who dumped Banyan Vines. Okay, so let me talk about the current Banyan Vines situation. Nope, there is no edit for OS2 1.0. In fact, I don't even have a full screen editor. The only editor I have is Edlin, and it only works in the penalty box. Yeah. Edit didn't show up until DOS 5. OS2 1.1 had a console version of E, and then 1.2 and 1.3 only had the presentation manager version of it. So, yeah, there's that. So, the simple fact, so yeah, so this is config.sys. I don't think there's anything in autoexec.bat, but we can take a look. There is, but as far as I remember, autoexec.bat is only used for the DAWs penalty box. If we look at cmlib, I don't even have the... Oh, no, I don't want alt-tab there. I want alt-tab here. Cancel. I do find it funny that by installing Windows, we've gotten so much more functionality out of OS2. But that feels like so much. That doesn't sound like a good thing for OS2. I really struggle to use Edlin. I really do. That's what it boils down to. But I feel like I'm going to have to try and install this on real hardware. Alright, try typing mouse. I don't think I have mouse.exe. I mean, we can try it, but I don't think I have it. Yeah, I don't have it. And I wouldn't expect to have it. Mouse services... Oh, every time the resolution changes, it freaks out just a little bit. There we go. It used to run on migrated NT. Yeah, actually, yeah, no, startup.command does make sense. Well, OS2 and NT really did share a lot of DNA. So, yeah, apparently, but I mean, we've looked at OS2, 1.2, 1.3, and now 1.0 all on stream. We haven't looked at 1.1, but there isn't a lot to say there. But, I mean, it really shows how much of a failure OS2 was, because a lot of it was the fact that IBM gave you nothing in the box. You can't even use the system. 1.0, oh. We can try that. I mean, what's the worst we could blow up? Come on. Let me back. Format. Okay. All right, let's make a floppy disk. Create blank floppy disk. 1.44 OS2 test.image. To be fair, that was pretty standard for the entire era, so yeah. That I'm not really concerned about. All right, let's see if that actually works. Insert new diskette in drive A, and now we let that format. No, HSPF was not in was an add-on. Microsoft 1.2 you could run on non-IBM hardware, but we did confirm that I can't actually speak. Anyway, guys, it is nearly midnight here. So I think at this point, we're going to see if the format AS, the format A command actually makes a bootable disk, because I am actually kind of curious, because I know that wasn't possible in later versions. System file transfer has begun. Apparently, it is actually trying. Okay, it is in fact doing something. Am I actually going to have a bootable floppy? Thank you so much. Scratch Driver, since I think you're new to my streams, I stream every 2 weeks on Wednesday nights. I do want to go back to weekly streams at some point, but I don't know when that's going to happen. I am hoping that we'll be able to make this more regular than we have before. We're waiting for this floppy disk to be made, because I actually want to see if this makes a bootable floppy disk. There was the sys command, but transferred 53 of the 55 operating system files? What the hell is on this floppy disk? What? 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 What the F is this? That's a lot of files. Yeah, so I don't know what the plans are for tomorrow, but I know that there's some plans for the DEFCON 201 crew to do a Thanksgiving special. But if I am up to it next Wednesday, we may do a special shorter stream where I make a stab at actually trying to install Extended Edition to my ThinkPad on real hardware, because I actually think it'd be kind of neat to try it. And then Wednesday after that, we're back to regular. It's trying to boot. It's giving it the old college try. The thing is, what did it boot off of? Did it boot off the floppy disk or the hard drive? It booted off the floppy disk. Would you look at that? And it still has the penalty box. So, again, if you like what you see, please leave a like, follow, subscribe. Any donations to RAINN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, is hugely appreciated to help us get to our $400 goal. If you want to check out my content that I do independently of DEFCON 201, please give me a follow on YouTube. And feel free to check out my blog where I have plenty of write-ups. Beyond that, I think it is this is a good time to call it for the night. I have to make a pumpkin pie because it's... You know what? No, we're going to go to midnight. So we're going to go for 13 more minutes. I'm going to call it... We're going to call it quits at midnight. So... I'm having a bad idea, chat. I'm having a really bad idea. I'm looking at my ThinkPad. Yeah, we'll raid right at midnight. That is the plan. So, guys, what are we going to do for 13 minutes? So, I do want to talk. So, one thing. So, I've already abused my eBay privileges for the evening. Because you literally caused me to go for an impulse buy. Let me change the view. So I'm not, unless I see an amazing deal right now, but I really, God damn it. Right there at the top, an amazing deal. Yeah, I'm sorry. I like the clickbait. I like the idea that people tune in to watch me suffer. But this is top view. This was IBM's... I'm just going to find one of them. This was IBM's first real attempt at a GUI interface. And it wasn't good. I mean, that's about the best that could be said. It's pretty dire. So... yeah, I'm gonna watch this one because maybe I can snag that one for like nothing. Top view's been archived, so I'm not really that worried about getting a virgin. Oh, yeah, I definitely don't want this copy. The discs have got the little tape on them. That means that they've been made to read write. I'd rather have a more virgin copy than that. What? The Y2K crisis. Workbook and 50-minute video on VHS. So, I don't know about you, but do you think that buying a Y2K survival guide for $249 for the year... what year is this? 2020 is good financial advice. So the other thing I want to get, not wrong thing. I want one. I really want a laser jet. In fact, I want a laser jet 3 or 4. I really would love a laser jet 4, but good lord, they get expensive. God, remember? God. There's something about these that make me just really happy. This is the printer my dad had, and this has even got the nice PostScript module and the Mac compatibility. Yeah, I spend far too much money on eBay. I really do. Why do you think I have this? Why do you think I have this? Extended edition IBM 1.0. Oh, I just remembered what I wanted to check. So, we're going to check this. Okay, I need to go to my mount directory. Mount 1, dear, mount 2. What I wanted to check were those presentation manager applications. So let's do a loop mount, and I want to see here. I did. What was the hard drive name? Was it extended edition? Yeah. Mount 1. Oh right, I gotta do a K-Part X. Okay, there we go. So if we look in SQL lib, hey, look, I now have a text editor. What's interesting is that they include all the development headers right here. Oh, Thunderbird, wait a minute. Are you some guy on WinWorld? Because is that the 1.0 text editor? Because I thought the full Windows version hadn't been dumped. So let's see here. So I was looking to see if there's any PM. Yeah, and there it is. SQL EX PM EXE. I mean, because that looks like Presentation Manager to me. I mean, the PM is pretty subjective. Although I don't see the typical PM calls. Let's see here. Thunderbird, you're not based in the New York, New Jersey area, because like I said, I have the hardware to dump it if you're local. Yeah, okay. If in that case, you'd have to post it, so you might as well send it to him and not me. And he probably can scan the manual, because I don't have the equipment to. Yeah, my bookshelf is getting a little bit more terrifying. So once again, we stream every 2 weeks. So let's go back into OS. Oh no, I shut down, didn't I? I fully shut it down. I want to get this mystery solved. So it is interesting to me that we were able to use an award BIOS to run OS2 1.0. Yeah. Like I said, I am fully willing to accept things by mail, dump them and send them back on the, if for preservation. And I'll even do it on stream and make a show out of it. Or if it's something really interesting, I'll make a full YouTube video. So that is an open offer to anyone in chat. If you want to take advantage of that, come and hit either DEFCON 201 NJ on Twitter or hit me up. If you want to come check out I also have a private Discord server, or I shouldn't say private, a personal Discord server. I will drop the link for that in chat. Because, let's see here. Oh, God, I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. God, I don't want to end the good times. 17 people on stream. This is really, it's a lot of fun. So, let's see here. So, any suggestions on what we cover next week or 2 weeks from now? Because I am always looking for new things, and I'm always happy to take suggestions. So what I want to see what those binaries were. I wanted to see if they're actual presentation mode binaries or not. So let's take a look. Let us take a look. Oh, I accidentally booted from the damn floppy disk. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't want to do the thingy. I didn't want to do that thingy. I'm using real technical talk here. Let's see here. Okay. This time we booted from the hard drive. So I do want to take a slightly closer look at this. And so what was .pm? So it was star.ex. No, hold on. Because it just seems odd to me on why they would have presentation manager applications here. So XPM. That just crashed. So if I was to copy that to a later OS2, I mean, I guess it makes sense to an extent. No, I need to know. So if we, all right, I've got a later version of OS2 already pre-installed, because obviously I have made mistakes in my life, and I use far more OS2 than what doctors recommend. Yeah, we're getting to the bottom of this. We are going to get to the bottom of this. Is there a presentation manager application hidden here? Okay, mount 2. So now I can copy the mount 1 folders, or the SQL libs, here. Okay. All right. That's there. So now, if we start a third instance of PCM, all right. So now we need IBM OS2 1.2. The virtual machine, at least this one's pre-configured. At least the virtual machines are all completely pre-flip. Is this the one I blew up? This might be the one I blew up. Nope, this one's fine. Okay, it's I don't know what causes that problem. Okay, so I just copied the files from Extended Edition 1.0 to the Standard Edition 1.2. So I've got a lot of crud on this VM because I've done a lot of things in this VM. So if I go here to SQL lib, okay, that is interesting. It tries to launch and it doesn't succeed. But that may be because something something is missing. Cannot find specified file. Is it? What could it be missing? I wonder if I can get the install. You know what? I'm having worse ideas. Let me go to install. Okay. Because we were able to install this. I wonder if I were to put the... Is there an OS2 install folder on this one? There is. So... if... What was the command this used? So type... So this used dsinstall.cmd. So do I have these files, or can I get them? Install E. I've got install E. I've got install aid. It tried. Hold on. 10010. This must be some sort of prototype of the feature installer. If I could just type the command correctly, we might actually get somewhere. Insta IDE. Okay, the PIF file is missing. Install aid cannot access. The plot thickens. The plot actually thickens here. So, what is that I've never seen that installer mentioned or referenced before. So, let's grab those PIF files from the root directory. If we do that, star.pif. Man, there is a lot of garbage in that in the root. So OS2 install. All right, so let's just copy that whole directory because, like I said, I don't really care about this VM. I did that. This VM was for when I compiled Word on OS2, and it's a leftover from that. So if I blow it up now, I really don't care. So okay. God, I'm starting to lose my voice. I know we're 4 minutes past midnight, but I need to answer this question. So OS2 install, and then dm inst. Okay, so obviously some stuff is still missing. dm inst.cmd. Oh, it tried. DMCPC. What did I do with the install folder? Oh, okay. So you got moved to the root directory. Okay, so install 2dmpc.exe here. ds install. The process cannot be completed. You're using an incorrect version of the operating system. So there's a version check. Huh. Huh. If I go into SQL01.pip, which I'm guessing is the, yeah, that's the install manifest file. So I'm guessing somewhere in here is the version check. I am still really flabbergasted. Anyway, I think this is a good time to call it. So, SidePoc, is there setver? Oh, you know, that's a good question. I don't think there's setver. No, there isn't. Yeah, because this is OS2. This isn't DAWs. So, I think this is the time to call it. We're past midnight. We've had an amazing stream here, folks. So, SidePocket, are we all good to raid? All right. This is NCommander signing off. I am hoping everything is set to go for raiding. So I will hopefully see you in 1 or 2 weeks. As usual, feel free to follow me on my social media. I will drop I'll drop the Twitter in chat, and also follow the DEFCON 201 NJ Twitter for more information about our streams going live. Until the next time, this is NCommander signing off. Bye-bye.